Welcome in to another edition of Insomnia Maniacs Tarot with your host, Tropical Empress in Spirit. I hope y'all have had a wonderful, lovely Thursday. And hopefully, most of y'all are off tomorrow if you live in the United States, since it is our 4th of July holiday. And yeah, beautiful people, your girl's taking the night off, so I just decided that it's time for me to try and actually have somewhat of a life outside of, my house and streaming, working. As much as I love being here with y'all, I need to try and live outside of my job too, and do some things that I love and I enjoy that I definitely miss doing. So, but I hope this Thursday's been good to y'all, and hopefully y'all are having a great start to the long holiday weekend if y'all do live in the U.S. Usually, I know most people get that holiday off, or they'll get the following Monday off. So this year, 4th of July is on a Friday, which is nice, instead of it waiting until Monday. But so welcome in, my beautiful people. I'll give y'all a few minutes to get here while I sit here and shuffle these cards and get my energy all tapped in with y'all and go over the Oracle decks and pull cards from that. I might even use my tarot dice. I haven't decided yet, but we'll see how this night goes. But I appreciate y'all so much. I'm sure some of y'all probably on the road traveling. I know this is like the time of year that people will start going on vacations and getting away, especially when you can take a long weekend getaway and not have to worry about taking off time from work or using up your vacation time. So hopefully y'all are sitting back relaxing, unless y'all are on the road. And hopefully y'all staying out of trouble. I've been hearing that the cops are already out there. It's getting already pretty crazy out there with the police walking everybody, because naturally everybody's gonna have tomorrow off. So everybody's gonna start partying tonight, which I don't want to be out there in that crazy mess, but I sure wouldn't mind seeing some fireworks. But we'll see. We'll see how the weekend goes. So hi, my beautiful people. Welcome. If you're new here, beautiful people, welcome. My name's Amanda. I'm Tropical Empress in Spirit, and I do general collective reading that's including everyone, okay? It's all 12 signs. It's not, just for one sign. It's for all 12. So if you're here, you're part of that collective. So take what messages resonate and leave behind the rest. If something doesn't fit, please don't force it to fit. And if you have any personal questions and wanting personal readings, I do offer those. And there's a sign back here that goes over what, I charge for my readings. And I do those here on the stream. And we'll start them after I go over the general collective reading for everyone. So welcome, beautiful people. And if y'all been here before, to my subscribers, thank you, beautiful people. I always appreciate y'all's love and support, and it means the world to me. Y'all make this journey for me worthwhile. I never thought that I'd be here. I never thought that in a year that, I never thought that it would be what it's become. And I'm very thankful, very blessed, and I'm humbled. But, I was thinking it wasn't going to be anything big, that nobody would want to listen to me, but, Spirit surely surprised me, and I'm thankful, and I'm blessed, but I'm very humble, too. Hi, Eternal. How you doing, baby? Hopefully the storms are, calmed down. I don't have any crazy weather today. What's happening, baby? Usual. Same story, different day, baby. What you up to? Are you still at work? Or are you at home? Oh, jeez. I hate to hear that. Well, y'all stay safe. Hopefully it doesn't create any more tornadoes. You still at work? I'm sorry. Well, you know, you can work right here with me, baby, since I'm working. Trying to decide if I'm going to use my tarot dice or not. Alright, beautiful people. Let's see. Let's see what Spirit wants to talk to y'all about tonight. Alright, Spirit, show me. Put that to the side. Alright, Spirit. Well, you know how I've been telling y'all for a while. Like, there's something good coming towards y'all. Y'all are in a very abundant period. And the energy keeps, you know, I keep picking it up. And Spirit's been telling me this is a very abundant time in y'all's lives. Y'all are really working on y'all's manifestations. And Spirit's showing me infinite abundance right here. Abundance is pouring into your life. And beautiful people, understand me. Abundance doesn't have to always mean your material or your financial. This can also apply to your, you know, personal life as far as your relationships, whether that be with yourself and, you know, your spiritual enlightenment, or, you know, your relationships with others, whether that's family, friends, a significant other. Um, it can apply to all areas, even your professional life. So this is a very abundant time. So if y'all been, you know, really thinking about wanting to start something new, wanting to try something new, maybe you're wanting to, you know, maybe start working, you know, on arts and crafts, we'll say. And maybe you're hoping to make a side gig out of it. I mean, Spirit's encouraging you to go ahead. It's abundant time. It's a time for creation. It's time to put new projects into action, put them into fruition, and see where the path leads you. But I feel like it's going to be very abundant when you travel down that road. So welcome all that beautiful energy in. Hi, Audra. How you doing, beautiful? I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. How you doing? Hi, Bob. How you doing, baby? And that one just fell out. And look, I just shuffled this deck a few times, and this card's still at the bottom. Transformation, a fresh new way of living emerges. So this is a very transformative time too, with this abundance. In fact, Spirit, this card came out too. Spirit showing me, because many of y'all are believing in y'all's abundance, and y'all are really starting to believe in yourselves, and really wanting to start something new that's, you know, for your, you know, highest good. Spirit showing me it's your time to shine. You're going to be reaching your destination if you haven't reached it yet. So if you're having any doubts or concerns, Spirit saying no. Your destination is on the horizon. It's within your reach. Don't stop now. You know, even if it's been a hectic road, which I know for some of y'all it has been. I know y'all been facing some hardships, some struggles, but Spirit saying don't give up. You're almost at the end of it. And what's waiting for you, I feel like it's going to be very abundant. It's going to be very fruitful. Oh, yes, beautiful. I'm always Gravy. You know, I was thinking, I mean, I got to look at it all, but hi, Shelby. How you doing, beautiful? I need to get all of my mods into one stream, and it just be mods only. So I'm gonna try and figure out how to do that. I don't know how to do that yet. I mean, I could do it through Zoom, but that's even a little tricky. But I'm going to try and set that up hopefully soon. So if I don't have y'all's number, if you don't mind, send me y'all's number or at least email me so I have a way to reach y'all so I can send y'all the link. Keep y'all updated. See right here, expand your horizons. Spirit saying go ahead and expand your horizons. Why? Because you're reaching your destiny, your destination of infinite abundance and transformation. Rise. Rise like this beautiful phoenix, y'all. Wonder mods activate. Yeah. I know people keep mentioning StreamYard, but I don't know if I want to use StreamYard. I hadn't decided yet. But yeah. Alright, Spirit. I'm going to roll these dice for a minute. What else, Spirit? What other messages you have here? In fact, let me see. I'm going to do this. Spirit, show me. When it comes to the collective's abundance, what does this pertain to, please? Can you please show me? Ooh. Ten of Swords. You know, Spirit, what is this around? Three of Pentacles. This feels a lot like y'all's partnerships, y'all's relationships. But this can be a business partnership. I feel like some of y'all really have been going through it in y'all's personal relationships, whether that's friends, family, professional, or significant other. I feel like y'all are coming to the end of it. So Spirit's saying don't stop. Don't give up. You know, it might seem like, you know, it's been hell, it's been taking it all out of you. But Spirit's saying stop. Don't, you know, allow yourself to get caught up in worrying too much because you're coming through it. You're almost at the end of it. And I feel like it's going to be very beneficial to y'all in the end because I get Three of Pentacles right here. So I feel like there is someone who wants to work with you. Again, this can be either friends, family, professional, or this is like a love connection. What else, Spirit? Nope, I got stuck. Hi, Lisa. Yeah, for those who pray, just, you know, understand not everybody prays, sweetheart. Not everybody is, you know, has a religion or believes. So I try not to force that onto people. But for those who, you know, pray and believe in prayer, please, can you pray for Lisa? I don't know what the prayers are for, Lisa, but I'll keep you in my prayers. I always pray for people. In fact, I said a prayer right before I started the stream. But I know there's a few people in here right now, Lisa, who don't have a religion or they don't believe in like Christianity, we'll say. So I'm very careful because I don't want anyone to be offended and I don't want anyone to feel like they're being shoved to the side. So I try and be respectful of everyone's religious beliefs. So, but yeah, Bob, you know, that's a good way of putting it. You know, maybe just ask for love, light, and blessings. You know, Lisa, and just let people decide if they, you know, pray or not. All right. Absolutely, Shelby. And that's why Bob said maybe to ask for something like blessings, you know, is a better way to put it. That's why I would say love and light. Oh, okay, honey. Well, I'm praying that your surgery goes well. And, you know, you come out even stronger at the end. I hate to hear you gotta have to have shoulder replacement. I can only imagine how painful that will be, but believe you're gonna get through it, girlfriend. You're gonna feel better at the end of it. So when you looking at having surgery? And hi, Scott. Hi, Fred. Happy 4th of July to you too, baby. I know it's crazy. We're already over halfway through the year. I can't believe it. It's crazy. No, that's beautiful, Audra. Thank you for saying that, honey. And good evening, Scott. So, Miss Lisa, I'm praying for you, girlfriend. You know, I didn't have shoulder replacement, but I had rotator cuff repair last year. So, I can semi-relate to it. And it was rough. Oh my goodness. Keeping my arm in a sling for 8 weeks. Nope. I almost had to have a second surgery because of it. And it's not because my surgeon wanted me in a sling for 8 weeks. I wasn't supposed to be in a sling that long. It was because the physical therapy office didn't have an opening for me to start physical therapy, to start moving my shoulders. So I ended up being in a sling a lot longer than they thought. And thankfully, they got me working and moving right away. So I believe it'll go well, beautiful. I just have a good feeling about it. You're welcome, sweetheart. All right, Spirit, what else? Spirit wants you to see the bigger picture. Get a bigger view from above, y'all. Spirit just said to me, see the brighter side of life. So even if you're in that kind of, maybe you've been sad, feeling blue, down, Spirit's wanting to remind y'all to see the brighter side of life. Just remind yourself, you're still here, right? You're still healthy, or as healthy as, one can be. If you got your heart beating here, you're not dead, right? So you're not physically dead. So it's not over for you. No matter what's going on in your world right now, Spirit's wanting to tell you it will get better. And for you to see the bigger picture. What are those goals you're trying to reach, you're trying to obtain? Think about that. Focus on that. Instead of the things that are going wrong in your life, focus on what's going good and what's going right. That's how you bring all that good abundance in. Yikes, Shelby. That sucks, honey. Yeah, I wonder if she had some bone spurs or something. See, because my shoulder, um, I had a bone spur, and so I had to have surgery no matter what. Otherwise, I would have lost all my feeling. Like I was starting to lose my feeling, my sensation in my arm and my hand. Like I could feel weakness, doing certain things. Or I specifically remember cooking and stirring, and I couldn't do it like this. I had to hold my shoulder like this and stir, and it hurt. So, and what was happening is every time I rotate and move my arm around, that bone spur was cutting into the tissue. And I think it was hitting a nerve too. And that's good. You were there for her, beautiful. Hi, Richard. How you doing, baby? And thank you. Yeah, I'm as recovered can be, I reckon. I seem to be doing good, I think. I mean, at least I have all my range of motion And that's all I wanted. And I really don't get any pain or, you know, that numbness down my arm like what I was getting before. Um, but I know some of those muscles are weak because I haven't really been doing a whole lot with my arm. So I need to start, you know, getting moving. If I start bowling regularly and shoot pull, I'll start getting a lot more motion back in my arm and it'll get stronger. But yeah, I don't know, baby. I haven't been to the pool hall yet. That's my goal, though. I'm looking at just taking off maybe 1 or 2 weekends a month, at least for the next couple months, so I can get up to the pool hall. And because I can't compete in any tournaments if I'm working on the weekend, you know, streaming, you know, being here with y'all, which I'm not complaining, but most of the tournaments are on the weekends, like the big tournaments, and they start Friday night and they end Sunday night. Okay, so it's like you go up there, it starts at like 8 o'clock Friday night, and you'll be there till 3, 4 in the morning, and then you leave, and then you come back at like, you got to be there. I think the first match starts at 10 o'clock Saturday morning, usually, and it goes all the way until 2, 3 o'clock the following morning into Sunday morning, and then you leave for a few hours, and then I think they they wait a little bit later. I think they wait till noon to start the first match, but then it goes all the way into that night. So it's a lot. It's a lot to compete in those type of tournaments, and it takes a lot out of me doing that. So I'm gonna find out hopefully soon, because I really want to know how my pool game is. Wow, Eternal. So what you gonna do, baby? You won't be around for a couple months? Is that what you're saying? A lot of folks be hyped up on energy drinks and coffee. What, you making fun of me, Richard? I love my energy drinks, baby. I mean, if you're talking about pool, it's it's mentally taxing. It's very mentally taxing, and it's taxing on the body too. I mean, it's really no different than me being here and reading, because that's mentally and emotionally taxing on me. But it's also physically taxing because I get physically affected depending on who I read for. Depending on their energy, it can drain me. So, oh yeah, some of them do. You're right. And I'm one of them. But I need my Red Bull. Have to. I have to. I gotta stay awake, keep going. Like, I remember one of the last tournaments I played in, um, I didn't leave the pool hall till go almost 4 in the morning, and I went up and grabbed some food really quick. I didn't even go home. And then I came back to the pool hall and I slept in the parking lot, took a nap in my car. Um, and I played Saturday, and then I ended up leaving Saturday night, went home, you know, Saturday night, Sunday morning, and got a few hours sleep at home and then came back. So yeah, you're right. A lot of them do. Me included. You like pole, but it has to be heated. You're so funny, baby. All right, y'all. Okay, Eternal disappeared. So let me get back into this. You don't have the audacity to make fun of me? You sure, Richard? Hey, it's all right. I can take it. Hey, but I can dish it out too. So, Eternal, if you lose your internet, baby, you're not going to be here? Is that what you're telling me? Spirit. What else, Spirit? What other messages you got, Spirit? Can I get like one more? And I'm going to pull out this other oracle deck. Be open to joy and delight. Ooh. Joy and delight. Open your heart to joy. Be happy. What does this involve? I feel like this involves love. Spirit, show me. What is this? Yep, it is. Some of y'all opening up to new ideas, new creativity, trusting your intuition. With the Ace of Cups right here from my dice. This Cups for Moon and the 1. But it's also someone wanting to offer you a cup of love. This could be a new relationship starting, or possibly a relationship you're already in, a romantic one, deepening and it developing into something more. So be in that joy and delight. Yes, you may be gone for a bit. Oh, well, fun then, Eternal. I didn't want to talk to you no ways. Alright, Spirit. I didn't know your internet cost that much, baby. Alright, Spirit. You're lagging. I'm sorry. Okay, Shelby. Spiritual symbols, Spirit. Let's see. What's the messages? Yep. He said he just has to give up smoking. Seems like there's something more there than that, Eternal. I guess you're going to tell me about it later. Alright, Spirit. What's the messages? Challenger. Disregards opinions and feelings of others. Difficulty in following rules set by others. Intimidating. Confrontational. Unmoving. Well, either you or someone in your energy likes to challenge. I kind of get someone that's not connected to their heart, we'll say. They use more of their logic than their emotions. And they don't have a lot of empathy, I get. So they kind of do disregard other people's opinions and feelings. Like their opinions and feelings doesn't matter. So, beautiful people, if this is you, you know, you're more using your head than your heart. Okay, just be mindful. You might be stepping on other people's toes. I feel like that could even be happening with one of y'all right now. If you're, the one that, feels like you're getting disregarded by others who don't seem to take your love, care, and concern and thoughts into consideration, well, maybe you need to cut that person off, or speak up and have a chat with them and see if they agree, or maybe they don't even know. And maybe it just needs to be you bringing it to their attention and saying, listen, I just feel like you don't give us any, space to speak, our thoughts, our opinions, or like our thoughts and opinions don't matter. So let the person know. They may not even know. Okay, Eternal. I don't know what happened then in the past few days, baby. Obviously something's happened. Alright, Spirit, what else? Okay, you can't give me half the deck, Spirit. Is it? I'm sorry, Bob. Don't look at me. That'd be YouTube. I mean, it could be my internet connection too, because y'all know I'm out in the sticks, but, yeah, my internet's showing it's stable, so I'm not sure, baby. Alright, Spirit, what else? What are the other messages, please? Worth the effort. You're getting there one steady step at a time with a little bit of effort. So, if y'all are wondering, everything you've been working on, working towards, if it's been really worth the effort, if it's going to pay off in the end, again, beautiful people, I feel like it's going to. Oh, crap. Did I put that card away? Yeah, let me see. Hopefully I left it at the top. Hold on, y'all. That's what I get for putting things back away. You know, like this infinite abundance type energy and expand your horizons again type energy. You know, y'all have heard that saying, slow and steady wins the race. So every step you take, every action forward, every effort, no matter how small, how big, it's positive movement going forward. You're not, leaving, yourself behind or stepping back. It may feel that way because maybe things don't seem like they're moving fast enough, but Spirit's saying it's worth the effort. And for someone out there, this involves a relationship. I feel like, if you feel like that all your efforts aren't getting you far, Spirit's saying you're wrong. Every bit of effort forward you're going through and getting there. Wow. Yeah, that can be a little expensive, baby. Oh, you're trying to double up the mortgage? The second mortgage? Gotcha. I mean, well, $220 a month. I mean, is that what I pay? Unfortunately, yeah. Actually, I pay a little more than that. But I have unlimited. Your phone is 65 unlimited. Who's your service through, Audra? And I know, I agree. I've always been afraid to take out a second mortgage. If that's one thing that I really, really try to avoid, is taking out equity out of my house. I'll try anything else but that. Just because, that equity needs to stay there. I understand things happen, but that can't be greatly planned out, and I understand why some people do it, but like I would think, I'll just put it this way. For someone to take out a second mortgage, heck, an equity line of credit against your house, let's say to pay off credit cards. Well, okay, that's great. Okay, wipe out all that debt, especially if it's high interest credit cards that you're paying an enormous amount every month in interest because you're not able to pay the credit cards off in full at the end of each month. But then what happens once you do pay off those credit cards? Have you learned the lesson to not go out there and charge more than what you have in the bank to pay off? Like something else has to change. Otherwise, you're going to fall in the same cycle all over again. And then what are you going to do? Go back to your house and pull out more money to pay off those credit cards? It's, you know, it's a never-ending battle in that. And I'm not saying that's what's happened with you, Eternal. I'm just saying, you know, talking about with Audra, I could never do that. And that's crazy, Eternal. Oh, okay, Audra. I got you. No, mine's not prepaid. That's crazy, Eternal. I mean, I know that's Canadian dollars, but still. So $600 Canadian, that's what, maybe, well, I'll say 450, 475 US. Hi, Misty. Hi, Chris. So, you do what you gotta do, baby. It's gonna be weird you not being around, though. I don't see it lasting, to be honest, baby, but, and I'm not saying because I don't believe in you. I'm just saying, I think to lose connection with us, I think that's gonna really get to you. Alright, Spirit. Doggone it. Half of my car just spewed over. Yeah, I can be cheap too, Audra. But, Audra, don't you have a horse, though? I know that's very expensive. No, it's fine, Bob. I mean, thankfully I haven't pulled out, or I haven't gone over the tarot cards I pulled for the general collective. This is just the oracle. To kind of give people a chance to kind of come in so I can tap in everyone's energy. Not anymore? Okay, Audra. But at one point in time, you did have your horse. And I know to keep your horse, and, you know, I know that's expensive. So, you know, everyone is going to have that one thing that they're willing to splurge on. And so you, I know, was your horse. And for Eternal, I think it's, you know, the internet and his vices, we'll say. I honestly don't know, Shelby. It's been a long time since I've read a book. And that's funny, Bob. Yeah. Oh, I know, Eternal. I mean, I'm just saying, so, like, your internet, though, baby, what are you going to do? Like, are y'all still going to have data on y'all's cell phone? Or are you just talking about shutting down the internet, the Wi-Fi at the house? Ooh, I smell food. And that's not good, because it's going to start making me hungry. Sell a kid or two. Too funny. You know, Eternal. I mean, I know you got your kids there. I'm sure they can pitch in a little more and help you too, baby. You know, you shouldn't be afraid to ask them for a little bit more help. You know, I think they should be willing to help a little more. Send them to the mines to work. I mean, they all work except for the youngest. She doesn't work, but everyone else does. Okay, Audra, well, that helps, beautiful. But I know it's not the same without riding your own horse. All right, baby. Oh, Bob, I did too. I mean, hell, I started paying my parents' bills when I was 15 years old. I mean, because my mom obviously couldn't work anymore because she was very ill. And my daddy was working. He was doing all he could, but it wasn't enough to take care of the four of us. So someone else had to step up to the plate and just happened to be me because I was old enough to get a job. My brother was younger than me, so he couldn't do anything. Hello there, Cuso. Thank you, baby. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Right, Bob. It taught me the same thing. I know eternal, but baby, maybe it's time to increase the rent a little bit to help. That's what I think maybe needs to be something considered here, is what I'm just suggesting to you, baby. It's, I don't know, I'm torn. Because you think of like what I did for my parents. I gave up my education to work full time, actually work more than full time, work 60, 70 hours a week waiting tables. And, the only, pretty much my paycheck was tips. The tips I brought home every night because servers only get paid 213 an hour. So here in the US, and it's ridiculous, but that's what they get paid. They don't get the federal minimum wage. They get below that. It's 213 an hour. So a server and a bartender, their paycheck is the tips the customers leave. So, and I gave a lot to my parents to try and get, keep my mama healthy, to pay for her medications, to even help my brother to get his sports equipment that he needed to play ball, and try to do the best I could for me. So it's crazy that, I don't know, baby. I would think they would want to help a little more, though, is all I'm saying. Y'all don't tip there, Bob? Well, in the US, we tip here, baby, because they, like I said, they make 213 an hour. Um, so I'm assuming, Bob, that these servers and bartenders are making a pretty good dollar amount per hour to kind of, equate it out. And I know there's some countries that don't tip. It's like when I went to Mexico, when I went to the resort those couple of times, um, even though my food was included in, what I paid for the resort and the airline and all that, when I went and sat in one of the sit down restaurants where a server was waiting on me, I made sure I left them a tip because it doesn't matter what country I'm in. I believe in tipping, and I understand. I used to be a server, so I understand how hard it is to try to make it through when you're surviving on people's tips. But a lot of people don't know that. They don't know that servers only make that much, bartenders and servers. What do you mean, Misty? You're not blocked. Audra, every restaurant has their own rules. When I worked, my tips were my tips. Nobody else got them. Okay, but understand me, beautiful. I didn't have um what do they call them? Food delivers. Like if you go into a sit down restaurant, You'll have the server who comes and brings you your drinks and takes your order and, you know, all that. But then you might have someone else that actually delivers the food. The person delivering the food is like the server's assistant. So they get part of those tips. The bartender, if they serve alcohol there, the bartender also gets a portion of your tips. That's how it works in many restaurants. So yeah, you don't get to keep all your tips. So even just say like you go through and say you went and waited on someone else's, table, it's not your table, but you're doing it to help. They don't, you don't get a portion of that tip. That's their tip. Hi, Moonchild. Good night, Misty. Yes, Audra. And it happened to me. There was this one woman, and I feel bad. Um, Everyone at my restaurant when I was working back then called her the frog because she moves so slowly. So customers that are sitting waiting to order, they be sitting there forever if me or one of the other servers didn't step up and go wait on them. And I can't do that. Just because it's not my table and I'm not going to get my tip, from them. I can't do that to those customers. So I'll approach and I get their drink order and I might even take their food order. And then from there, I let her know. But yeah, there was a lot of that to where I hustled. You're right. Because how servers make their money is based off of speed, besides, the food being correct. But everybody's different too. I don't know, Bob. I mean, I thought I said hi to Misty, but maybe she didn't hear me. I have no idea. But yeah, people do that. I mean, baby, you've seen it on here. When I'm reading, people come on here and they say hi because I don't acknowledge them. They keep trying to get my attention. It's like, do you not read the room? Do you not see I'm doing something? Do you not see I'm reading for someone? Or maybe I'm even doing the collective. I can't stop what I'm doing. I'll try and acknowledge you when I'm done, but some people don't do that. So, all right. What else, Spirit? Let me get back to this, y'all. Yeah, baby. Some of them would think we're being rude. And that's why I try and tell them, listen, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to do my job here, you know. But, then again, if they weren't here when we say that, or they don't think of that, someone else has to step up and remind them. Which I've seen a couple of mods do. They'll say, listen, you know, tell them that I'm in the middle of doing a reading. I can't acknowledge them right now, to be patient and wait. But some people are impatient. Baby, it's no different just like when people come in here who don't even say hello, and um, just automatically want a personal question answered. So it's like they automatically assume I'm on here, doing this for free. So, it's not even about whether they believe in me as a reader. They just randomly found me apparently and hadn't taken the time to listen to how I, run my stream and what I do. So where they come in here and just say that, and it's like, wait a minute. That's funny, Audra. Hi, beautiful moonchild. Yeah, and there'll be that too, you know. But some, they just take it that way. Exactly, Shelby. But some people don't take the time to understand that. It's like they're in their own bubble. And so I guess they expect everyone to stop what they're doing to acknowledge them or whatever. Understand that there's multiple people here. So, a bit salty for sure. I'm sure it is, Moonchild. Have to try it when I get my package whenever. Alright, Spirit. I was trying to wait for Eternal to get back to go finish this collective reading. Y'all over here talking about food again. I mean, I swear, as much as y'all talk about food on my stream, I told Moonchild early, I said, you know, of course, here we go again. You mentioned food. And I said, you know, if I ate for every single time y'all mentioned food, I'd be as big as a house. Oh, it was too funny. I'm sure she will, Shelby. As big as a horse. Yep, or a house. One of the two. I mean, and y'all know, I did try and put on one of my favorite dresses today. Yep. I still gotta lose another 10 pounds before that dress will fit me again. Shell, because they're always talking about food. Food gets brought up at some point in this stream. It never fails. Someone's always talking about food, and it's like, well, you know what, Moonchild? It's kind of like this, beautiful. My body got adjusted to being around 106 pounds. Because of, even though I seem to be evenly proportioned, you know, we'll say, you know, I might, you know, have that curve to me, like an hourglass, but I can tell the difference right now in my back when I have some extra pounds on me. So part of it's actually because of my back. You know, I try and maintain a certain weight, not, you know, because I'm worried about being, you know, bigger, but because it takes a lot of more strain off my back. But my dress, like y'all seen the blue dress I wore when I went to my favorite restaurant, right? That matches my nails, in fact. Yeah, I wanted to see if I could, you know, fit in it. And I got the dress to zip up halfway. It won't zip up, you know, past my bra strap. So, and I know I need to lose about 10 pounds for it to zip up. I know, Shelby. Well, Bob does the same thing. He always asks, "Did you eat today?" So I'm surprised he hasn't asked me yet. Oh, Shelby. Well, beautiful. I can understand that too. Me, though, like I said, mine's because of carrying that extra weight on my back. It hurts, is what I'm referring to. Here you go again, Moonchild. I'm not gonna be able to finish this reading. And here, okay, Bob, being a smart aleck. No, baby, I haven't. I haven't eaten yet. But I will. I'll munch on something. And hi, Lee. I'm Gravy, thank you. How are you? You know what? Let me just put these Oracle cards up since we've been here chatting. I don't even know if half of y'all are paying attention. Get cold. I want to put my sweater on, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to. Yeah, honey. What's the scoop on what, Moonchild? Oh, let me get my sweater, y'all. My hair is still a little bit damp, so it's making me cold, I think. Oh, I see my beef jerky laying right here in front of me, y'all. And y'all gotta talk about food. Alright. Whew. That's funny, Shelby. I haven't had food yet. That's the scoop on my food. Like, I munched on some chips this morning, I think, but that was it. I got my bag of beef jerky laying over there, and I got chips, and I would just have to get some more cheese and some pepperoni or something else. I need something more than that, though. You know, how about I just do this? I'll just use my dice to read. Even though I have this thing out, I just feel called to use these right now. So, alright, beautiful people. I'm gonna use my dice. Let's see, I gotta pull the other two out. I need some biscuits now. Well, I mean, some biscuits and sausage gravy would be gravy. I would enjoy that. Okay, beautiful people. I'm just gonna do it this way. Alright, Spirit. Can you show me what the theme of this reading is for the collective, please? Ooh, the High Priestess. Got the High Priestess right here, y'all. So this is all about y'all's intuition, y'all's spiritual, psychic development. This is even about your feminine energy, being your divine feminine. It's also about y'all focusing on your ideas, being confident. So there's something around your intuition, though, is what I'm picking up. Like there's this energy here of not trusting yourself, not believing in yourself enough. I get an energy of someone feels like, not necessarily that just the world's coming down on them, but I pick up on someone that feels like their parents or maybe their siblings, someone close to them, doesn't believe in them. Just thinks that, they're just taking up space, wasting time. They're not going after their goals and dreams. They say they want something or they want to change their life, but all they do is talk about it instead of actually putting something into action. That's the kind of energy I'm picking up from someone here. So Spirit's saying stop listening to what others are saying and what they think, and listen and trust yourself in this, okay? So, Spirit, what is this about with the High Priestess? Six of Swords. There's the six. And here's this snowflake for swords. I mean, things are getting better, y'all. If y'all are in denial or y'all don't think things are improving, Spirit's saying to me they are. For some of y'all, I feel like y'all just walked away from something. And I feel like it was the right decision. I feel like where you were at before in the recent weeks, maybe in the past month or two, wasn't where you were supposed to be. So if you're doubting yourself or getting it from someone else saying, no, you shouldn't have left, that job or that person or whatever that is, time to save it. You did what was right, what was best for you. And Spirit needs you to trust that and trust the universe, trust them that they were trying to guide you out of there because they got something else planned for you. But that still takes some time and encouragement from you. I feel like they're trying to get you in that energy of exploration, open yourself up to new opportunities, new ideas. I feel like they're trying to also give you the opportunity to kind of grow at your own pace instead of them trying to rush you towards something. So again, like one of the cards I pulled earlier, pretty much it's worth the effort, take it one step at a time. That's what Spirit wants to remind y'all of here. So don't allow others to tell you you're not doing anything right or it's taking too long or whatever. You do it at your space, at your pace right now. And Spirit's behind you in that. What else, Spirit? All right, Spirit, which one is this? Hold on, y'all. All right. I get the feeling I got Page of Swords here. I get this feeling, or Knight of Swords, I'm sorry. I get this feeling of you're waiting for a sign. I get the feeling of, with this page, which is 12 on for here, and here's that sign again of snowflake, for swords. I get the feeling that you're waiting for a sign. I get the feeling that you're kind of like, wow, what's the word? Piddling around, but it's not meant in a bad way. I think there's many choices here. I get the feeling of doing your research, trying to figure out, okay, well, if I go this route, okay, what's the plan from there? So I feel like y'all are trying to take those small steps to kind of change things, to get the energy flowing. And I feel like you're trying to get that clarity. You do have some knowledge now of what it is you're wanting to do, what you're wanting to obtain, what you're wanting to create, what you want to go towards, or, the type of person you want in your life. We're talking about friends and romance, romantic. And, even though you may not be as experienced, I feel like you're waiting for that clarity and you're willing to take the chance with what you do know. But I feel like you're still waiting for a sign from the universe to say that, yes, you're making the right moves here. You're making the right decisions. So if you've been waiting for that sign, I mean, that's your sign to me. That Spirit saying, go ahead. For entertainment purposes only, but I feel like this is what Spirit's trying to drive y'all towards. Stop doubting yourself. Stop not believing in yourself, beautiful people. Understand me. Y'all know me, who've been here with me for a while. I believe in everybody. I want everyone to do well. I want everyone to succeed and have whatever it is in their life that they want. It doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter how big or small. Whatever makes you happy. Okay? That's the type of people you need in your life. The ones who really believe in you. The ones who really want to encourage you. The ones who are going to be that solid soundboard for you that you can turn to and, lean on if you're frustrated, not sure what your next step should be, trying to get a different perspective, that that person or group of people are going to give you that sound advice for your greater good because they care about your greater good and they want to see you do well. Instead of the ones that I feel like would try and take you off track. They would try and find a detour because whether that's envy, um, jealousy, that type of energy, not want to see you thrive. So it's those type of people you gotta cut off. So I feel like you're gonna have to cut someone off too, because I don't feel like they're doing you any good. I don't feel like they're doing you any favors. Um, they may act like they are, but they're not. They may act like they're your friend, but they're not. Is what I'm picking up. And I feel like, even if you don't know all the answers, which who does, okay? We're all human, right? We don't have all the answers. In time, as you move forward, more signs, more information, more of the things you need, you're going to gain that clarity. You're going to have that clear mind. But right now, for some of y'all, I feel like there's a lot of clutter here. I feel like you're kind of playing ping pong with yourself. Like, yeah, Spirit just showed me a ping pong. Like, it's just back and forth. Like, you keep doing this, on a ping pong table, unwilling to make a decision or make a choice to go which door do you walk through, which path do you walk down, because you're still trying to figure things out. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. And that could be where people are coming down on you and saying, well, you need to hurry up and make a decision now. What are you waiting for? It's taking you so long. You've had all this time to make a decision. And I do feel like a couple of y'all could have been procrastinating, so Maybe, you know, some of them are calling you out saying you're procrastinating. If that is, you know, true, you already know that. I don't feel like you need someone else to tell you that. So, but if you're really looking at making a big change, making a big decision, you know, really pay attention and listen to yourself and really do your research. Don't just jump on the bandwagon and be impulsive, because that's where a lot of things will go wrong. So in this event, don't allow anyone else to be the one to kind of pull the train for you or get in your car and drive the car. You're supposed to drive the car, not them. What else, Spirit? Oh, here we go. 5 of Swords. 5 in air for swords. Like, you've been really battling and arguing with a lot of people lately. You've been having a lot of disagreements. For some of y'all, it could be just one person, but for others, it could be more than one. Why? Why is this going on? Ace of Wands. Because they see you're abundant. 1, fire for Wands. They see you're getting these opportunities, you're getting these breaks, and maybe they're not. So there could be that jealousy, envy, feeling there. Or they feel like you're just going to throw the opportunity away. And I feel like I pick it up on someone where I'm getting someone in your energy that's like, you know, talking to the universe, talking to divine, God, whatever word you want to use, and saying, why are they getting all these breaks? Why are they being presented with all these opportunities? You know, I don't see that how they're, deserving of it. I work hard, I do all these things, but I'm not getting anything. You feel like, the universe is leaving you out. It's that type of energy. I'm not saying that's how y'all feel. I feel like someone in y'all's energy looks at you that way and are trying to understand, why are you getting those lucky breaks? Why are you getting these opportunities? Because I feel like many of y'all are going to waste them. You're not going to take the chance because you're too afraid, because you're getting caught up in your doubts and allowing others to place more doubts into your head instead of trusting and believing in yourself. It's like I tell y'all, beautiful people, it does not matter if, the people around you believe in you. Okay, it's not going to change you. What's going to change you is you having faith and belief in yourself. So what others say and feel, it's not going to hold as much weight, and it's not going to move you until you truly believe it deep within yourself. You always driving Miss Daisy. What else, Spirit? 2 of Cups. Twin flame. Soulmate. Some of y'all could have a twin flame coming in, possibly a soulmate, or you could already be connecting with one. And I feel like this, for some of y'all, this person's already here. And this is where I feel like some of y'all might be arguing or fighting with the 5 of Swords. And Spirit's telling me, there's a difference in being happy and being right. Do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? Okay? Like you always hear me say. Okay? I'm okay with being wrong if it means I can be happy. At 11:11 on the clock, y'all. And there's 11 people in this stream right now. So beautiful, people. There's your sun right there. Know that. Know you're on the right path and you're with the right person if you have someone right now. But I feel like if not, you got someone coming that's going to really help you to see yourself in a whole new way, to give you that extra boost of confidence that you feel like you're lacking from others who are close to you, who are supposed to be your cheerleaders, but they don't come across to me that way. Not saying all of them, but some of them I feel. What else, Spirit? Ace of Pentacles. Here it is. There's an opportunity. This is material, monetary. This can even be a career. So this is also coming through. And I feel like Spirit's telling you, take action. Gravitate. Pull this energy in. Claim it as it's yours, like it's already happened. Like someone's either going to gift you something, or someone's going to give you an opportunity that's going to change your life for the better. And this opportunity can pertain to your professional life, maybe a job opportunity, but it doesn't have to apply to that. This can be an opportunity for love. If you're single looking for a romantic connection, This can be your personal growth overall. This can be your spiritual enlightenment, your opening. You're becoming more aware, more awake, you know, than what you were before. And I feel like Spirit's trying to kind of mold this energy, mold this out of you to get you to start believing to use, you know, what is being brought towards you, those opportunities. I feel as though, oh, for someone there could be trouble. I feel like you're gonna have to be careful. Um, it could be substantial trouble, is what I just heard. I don't know what that means, beautiful people. Spirit's not making it clear, but I'm picking up on someone's energy. Like there's trouble here. Even when I look at these scales, this could even also involve a legal matter. Okay, so if you're in the middle of a legal matter right now, um, I feel like it might take a bit out of you. But I don't feel like you need to worry. I feel like you need to trust what, you know, if you have a lawyer, or trust in the justice system that everything's going to be made right and made fair and made correct. If anything's been done wrong, Lady Liberty's going to come around and serve her cup of justice to those who I feel like who have let you down, who have disappointed you, who, you know, didn't follow through with what they were going to say. Even if they were just kind of like, we'll just say, tearing away your heart and soul because they would try and manipulate you into doing something that you didn't want to do or you didn't have the means to do. But I pick up on even that, just a younger energy of someone who would guilt trip you. This person could also be older than you. It's just that they might have more of a childlike energy to them, where they're more like playful. You know, they're like a big kid at heart kind of energy. But know that it's all coming around for the better. Why? Because there's infinite abundance here, like that one card said. Because Spirit needs you to open up and expand your horizons. So, but this infinite abundance is coming forward for you. So be willing to expand the horizons, like this other card. This opportunity for love is there. This opportunity for even a reunion, I just heard. A reconciliation. I believe that's also possible. If you've been separated from your significant other, someone you had, you know, started a romantic connection with, I feel like there will be an opportunity for you to connect with them and try and give it a second chance if that's what you want. What else, Spirit? Ten of Pentacles. Wow, this came out last night too, I remember. This Ten of Pentacles is telling me this is all about your stability, your security. There's the 10, and there's the Pentacle right there. And that's just telling me you're very stable and secure. If you don't have that yet, it's coming to you. Where you're going to have that opportunity to lay out the foundation, to make the foundation solid, more stable, more secure for the long term. Not just the short term, not just the here and now, long term. For someone out there, I even get generational wealth. So if you've been questioning that, I don't feel like Spirit wants you to question that. That, you know, if you're making the right moves towards that, I feel like Spirit saying yes. You're making the right moves, the right choices. Don't get caught up in your head, overthinking things. Exactly, Moonchild. Exactly, Bob. If you're feeling in lack right now, Spirit's saying it's fixing to change. 5 of Pentacles. There's 5. And there's Pentacles. But if 10 of Pentacles is here, what does this involve, Spirit? Why 5 of Pentacles? Ooh. There's a Knight of Pentacles here. This is a younger energy for someone who's young at heart. Or no, this is a King of Pentacles. So here's the 12. But I rolled my other dice and there's the Pentacle. This feels like King of Pentacles. I feel like this is you, but this can be also someone else in your close circle. I get a leader, someone who takes charge, knows the right moves to make, knows what they want, what they're going for. I feel like they're going to be that person that's going to help level you up, um, help get you stable and grounded, where you feel like you're lacking, where you feel like you don't have enough, where you feel like you haven't gained enough knowledge, experience, or even if you feel like the world's just kicking your behind, you can never get a break. I feel like this King of Pentacles can come in and give you that break you're seeking. How big of a break, beautiful people? You know, it's going to vary. You know, they can gift you a large sum of money possibly, but I feel like for someone else, it's more than that. I feel like it's going to be like an opportunity, a job opportunity of some kind, um, to make a lot more than just, you know, staying, you know, where you're at now and not moving, not making any change, not growing. I feel like this person's going to kind of come in and be like that Ace of Wands along with it and give you that opportunity to kind of fire you up, to awaken that desire, the thirst is what I just heard. The thirst to live again, the thirst to have more and want more, and not just settling and accepting what it is and becoming too complacent. Because I feel like some are too complacent. What else, Spirit? Here we go. Ten of Pentacles again. Spirit, what does this involve? Six of Cups. No. Correction, Nine of Cups. There's the 9. And here's the moon sign for Cups. So this is your wish fulfillment coming in. If you've been focusing on manifesting something good, something to change, something to kind of get you going in the right direction, I feel like this is coming forward. I even feel like it's gonna be more than you expected in a good way. But whatever desires and dreams you're wanting to fulfill, there's gonna be plenty of help. I feel like once people see you starting to take action, if you haven't already, but you start making changes, I feel like this person and maybe a group of people will acknowledge your change, you know, for the better and wanting to pursue something more. So I feel like once they see that in you, I feel like they might even help you a little bit more and want to, you know, help you succeed and see you happy and thriving instead of just down and out. I don't want to say y'all down and out, but Spirit saying that this person's going to recognize that in y'all too. All right, Spirit, what else? I just want to say something. You got to be confident. There's a lot of movement, a lot of moving parts. Spirit showing me there's the Wheel of Fortune here. Or no, that's the Chariot. Correction. I also have the Judgment here. So this is a Chariot, but this is also Temperance, or I'm sorry, Judgment with the Angel. I feel like you're being a little too hard on yourself. I feel like you're even possibly coming down on others. So kind of give people a break. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Be a little more compassionate. That compassion is going to go a long way. I also pick up like this Chariot is going to be the driving car towards your 9 of Pentacles, to fulfilling it all that you want to achieve and succeed in. I feel like Spirit doesn't want you to spend so much time overthinking things, but they need you to understand how big this can be for you, and to also warn you to not be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Really think things through. Have a game plan. Don't just say, oh, well, I'll do this now, and well, and someone says, but what if this happens? Or what if this happens? You know, what comes after that? Oh, I'll worry about it when the time comes. I just want to focus on this one thing. Spirit saying that's not the way to do it. You got to make a game plan in order, if you want to shake things up and for all this abundance come forward, and for this Chariot, for you to be confident in you and have that willpower to drive yourself forward. Let's go farther than you've gone this far. Oh, Bob, that's very true, baby. Okay. One more, Spirit. What else does the collective need to hear right now? Seven of Wands. You're really probably gonna have to might have to stand firm with your decisions. I feel like someone's gonna try and challenge you. I have the 7 and the torch for Wands. I really pick up, like, again, someone's gonna question your choices. They're gonna question your decision. And Spirit's wanting you to stay firm to your choices you make. You're making them. It's for you. It's for your life. It's for your happiness. You got to live through it. They can't live it for you. They're just going to have to accept the choices you make for yourself. And yeah, if it goes badly, well, that's on you. There's consequences, of course, but that's not for them to decide for you. That's for you to decide for yourself. So be strong, be confident, be secure, and who you are, what you want, where you're going, and tell the people who question you or doubt you, tell them, take a hike. There's the door. Show them the exit, is what I would say. All right, one more, Spirit. What else? Ooh. 8 of Wands. There's positive movement coming in, y'all. There's the 8 and the Fire for Wands. 8 of Wands. That's really good. That's really good positive movement for it to come behind the Chariot. So it's going to be fast acting. I get the feeling that someone's going to reach out to you fairly quickly within the next, few days, maybe a few hours even, to want to offer you an opportunity, or they're going to want to try and talk about something to get things kind of worked out. Like, I feel like if you're in separation with someone and you're not on talking terms, I feel like either you or this person's going to reach out and it's going to, get talked about then. Again, but you're going to have to be fair with them, I feel. And I feel like that you're going to have to also be authentic in your beliefs, your aspect, how you view it. Doesn't necessarily mean you're right, but you're going to have to take accountability for your choices that you made in this, for why it went off the ditch, so to speak. Why you're wanting this connection, why you're wanting this person to reach out, or you want to reach out to them. So you might get messages, you might get phone calls, or you're getting ready to make those phone calls. I pick up someone's going to be traveling very soon. For some of y'all, this is just, a business trip. Others, this is pertaining to family, and I even heard family matters, so there's family matters at stake here that need to be sorted out. But this can even be a partner, a significant other that lives at a distance. What else, Spirit? Hi, Karen. Page of Swords. Yeah, you're gathering your research, and I feel like it's going to be a whole new world, is what Spirit just said. When you do get all your research, get everything figured out. Again, you're like in this energy of, ooh, hi, beautiful Spirit. Okay, y'all. I just saw what looked like a cloud in my room, in my office. It kind of reminded me of a smoke cloud, but actually it kind of reminded me more of like a cloud in the sky. But it was only about this big. It was over here to the right of me. So that feels like confirmation there. But anyways, this Page of Swords, I feel like, is you. And so I feel as though you're going to really take what it is you know, take that chance, be secure, be confident, and understand that whatever else comes, you'll learn it along the way. Because sometimes some things in life, we can't just tell someone what's going to happen. We can't teach them. Some things we can't, do. We have to make those decisions on our own, but do it on our own. In order for us to learn. That's experience being gained. And I feel like there will be this opportunity for more experience to be gained here for that clarity, for even that confirmation, if that's what you're needing is confirmation. Again, that you're supposed to make what moves that you've been here, sitting here pondering for the last day or two, I pick up. Um, whether that's professionally or that's, in your personal life, related to relationships, no matter if it's romantic or platonic or family, or it could even be within yourself. There's going to be a lot more heaviness lifted, I feel. All right, last one, Spirit. Show me what else. Seven of Wands again. Spirit said go for it. Go for it. I feel like something's been lit within you. I get the feeling of a Five of Swords energy too, which I did pull that, got the Five of Swords earlier. But I feel like this is someone that really is going to have a change in heart, I feel. Or you could have a change of heart. To where what could also create problems I see is rediscovering something else that you weren't aware of before. And having to maybe wipe the slate clean, think of like a new canvas, that's, already, all it just needs is for you to start painting to create it. It's like a whole new blank canvas, starting over again with that clarity um, of your mind and clearing out the clutter. I feel like this person is going to stand with you in your decisions. I don't feel like you're going to be battling this person that much. You're going to disagree with them, yes, but you may have to stand up for yourself once, maybe twice, make yourself clear, and once it's said, it's done. I don't feel like you're going to have to fight with them anymore. Now, people on the outside of this person, yeah, I feel like there are going to be more. I feel like, yes, it could upset someone. I feel like there's also an energy of someone kind of drawing between the lines, we'll say, that's kind of going back and forth. I feel like someone's been trying to cross boundaries with you. Instead of respecting your boundaries, I feel like they're really really trying to step on your toes, whether that's because they're upset and they don't feel like they're being heard or understood, or they just don't care or don't have any understanding of what those boundaries are. So make your boundaries known and make them clear. That way it won't create any more problems with conflict, arguments, things being misunderstood, things taken out of context or being blown out of proportion. Because I feel like that can create more problems and headaches because someone can be so over dramatic too and make it so much more than what it is when it's not that big, at least maybe to you, and maybe to others not that big, but to the person it's happening to it might feel different. So then that would be you. So just keep that in mind too. Sometimes people can't understand because they're not living your life right now. But you got to live your life for you and be true to you. And, cross the line, yes, put, your line buried in the sand and make it clear. Use your throat chakra, which is your voice. Okay? I feel like this is going to come out successful for you. Again, I feel a lot of abundance. And I even get celebration here. Even though it might feel like at first you're making the wrong decisions and you feel like you're making a mistake, there might even be some regrets, second guessing yourself, really questioning, did I make the right choice? Am I really going in the right place? Or am I, exactly doing the opposite, and then now I'm going to have a tower moment? I don't feel like it's going to be that way. I feel like what you want and what you're trying to create is going to be made clear. But do I feel like it's going to be easy? No, beautiful people, and it's not meant to be easy. Because if everything was so easy, we wouldn't appreciate it once we reach the goal, once we arrive, right? Once we cross the finish line. But sometimes that's where Spirit's trying to really make us grow into our own person. Instead of leaning on others, really to lean more on ourselves and seeing it through. And I feel like some of y'all run away from that, because you don't feel like you're confident enough to really go forward with what you're thinking, what you've been dreaming about. But Spirit's saying you're wrong. They have faith in you. They're making changes in your life right now, behind the curtain. You're just not aware of it. But when things start to change and come in alignment, which I feel like it's coming, I feel like you're going to find yourself celebrating with a lot of people. And for someone, this involves a home, I get. So either you've been shopping for a home or you're getting ready to sign the papers to close on a home. Um, and that's going to be beautiful. That's something to celebrate. And I feel like you'll have a great gathering with people for your home housewarming party, like is what I get. Um, I also pick up, I get Queen of Pentacles, and I feel like this is someone else. This feels like a mother energy or grandmother energy, but this can be you. So my guys, this can be you. Just think of it as the emperor, or the king, I mean, instead of the queen. Where you got a lot of abundance, you got a lot of support, you got the resources, even if it's not the material, but you got that knowledge, that wisdom to take it through, to go forward, to go ahead with those plans, to go ahead and say, okay, you know, I wasn't sure before, but now I'm sure. I'm ready. I'm ready to jump into this. I'm ready to, you know, share all of me as much as I can give. Um, and you're willing to try and nurture. Um, Even some of y'all, this is like you trying to baby someone, I feel. Trying to shield them from something. Um, I feel like there will be a lot of blessings coming your way for all these good things you're doing for yourself, but also for others. All right, Spirit. Yep, this just comes down to you're having to make a decision. I get 2 of Wands. There's a 2. So you're at a fork in the road. Which direction? Left or right? That's up to you to decide. But you got more than one choice. You know, just know you got to take action either way. Doesn't matter which choice you make, you got to take that action though and choose. If not, the universe will pick it for you and you're not going to like the outcome. Um, Sometimes it could be good, but sometimes it's not the one you wanted. And then it's too late. So don't forget that, beautiful people. Absolutely, Moonchild. We all need blessings. I feel like y'all are trying to manifest y'all's blessings. Is really what a lot of this is. I get the Magician. And like I said, that other card I pulled, infinite abundance, blessings, transformation, abundance. So your blessings are coming in. I get a celebration of some kind. You're going to achieve it, beautiful people. So don't be scared. Don't overthink it. Don't get in your head. Don't get lost. You're not lost. Even if you feel like you're lost, Spirit's saying you're not lost. They're right there with you. Focus on yourself and your brilliance, okay? Because here's the first oracle card I pulled. Focus on the brilliance. And it says, when a skilled archer prepares to shoot, they focus on their target. Their skills and knowledge come together as they release their arrow, fully expecting that it will hit the exact spot that they have claimed. They feel their success in advance as something already complete, and so it comes to be. Your task now is to choose your target or intention for an experience, then feel it as if it is yours already. Stay the course, paying no attention to distractions, and refusing to entertain anyone's drama. Wear this truth lightly, knowing there is no need to grasp or chase what is already yours. Let your arrow of destiny fly into the sky, traveling in its own way. Even if it appears to move away from the target, know that the wind will blow it back without your needing to intervene. Trust the mark that the universe has chosen for you now and release your need to know the exact form. Also, keep in mind that the universe has an element of delay. There may be a stretch where you see nothing happening, but don't allow that to sway you. Stay positive and then focus on your next task with the full expectation that you will hit your mark. You will feel such satisfaction and fulfillment when you do. So prioritize, beautiful people. Focus. Stay stay focused. Be attentive. Because if you can do that and still move forward, you know, you're going to be in a great spot, I hear, very soon. if you just stay committed to it and dedicated and allow yourself to grow even through the um, dark days that feel like they take forever to get through that day when things aren't going right. That's still, you know, a lesson that to be learned to help you grow. And it's not meant to be a distraction, but for some of y'all feel it's been a distraction. So spirit wants you to become not distracted and focus on what you want in your life, period. So focus on your brilliance because you have it. And then I have, let's see, I pulled these few cards from my life and career oracle, something like that. So first, here's a venture. You make exciting work moves that could take you outdoors or on a trip. You will need to climb steadily to reach your financial goals. So go on a venture. This will open those doorways for you too. It'll give you a chance to really think, clear your head, get away from all the noise, and go within. The next one is honest work. It's okay to have a job that's not very glamorous. Get some experience to help you move up in the future. Success is a process, not a quick fix. Success is a process, not a quick fix. So make sure you work hard. Even if it doesn't feel like you're moving, Spirit's saying you are. The next one is renewal. You need to take time to recharge your energy to get back on track. Challenges ahead require you to have faith and breakthrough. So focus on your health, your overall well-being. You need to go within, but I feel like you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. Self-care is very important so you can recharge and feel energized instead of constantly feel like you're dragging yourself down. And it's taking a lot for you to get up every day or every morning. I feel like that's going to change. You're going to do something different to make it change so you can have that breakthrough, so you won't face any more challenges ahead. And I feel like the energy um, has a lot of love and light in it around you. You know, just shut the world out for a day. And there's nothing wrong with that, beautiful people. If you have to shut the entire world out for a day, do it. I understand some of us are hesitant to turn our phones off because what if it's an emergency? What if one of our relatives, calls or a friend? I understand that. And maybe you pick a time where you turn that phone on and say, okay, are there any messages? And go through that messages. If you decide to call them back, go ahead. If it's important, if not, wait. But shut the world out so you can focus on you instead of trying to focus on everyone else around you too. And then the next one is gifts. You are uncovering new talents that will land you new work and a better position. You could get more money with the deal as well. So you're uncovering your new talents. You're very skilled. I mean, I did have that transformation card that I pulled out at the beginning. So this is all about you transforming and, getting through that breakthrough on the other side and landing where you're meant to be to gain a better position in your career. I feel like there is another gift that I feel like someone wants to gift you that has nothing to do with your work or professional world. I feel like this involves a relationship of some kind. I feel like they might give you something unexpectedly that's going to be a big surprise that I feel like could even be something that might cost some money. Um, there's something they want to show you. Like they're going to try and show you how much they care about you, I feel. So with this gifts. So be on the lookout for that too, beautiful people. And then I also have here one of my abundance decks. Invite help. Invite the divine to pursue you. Seriously, just say I'm finally ready. God, pursue me. Invite the divine to pursue you. Again, welcome him in. Tell him he's always welcome. You don't have to claim a religion, but you still believe in a higher power. So ask the divine to step forward and help you, and he will work on your behalf. So it won't make you have to worry anymore, I feel, for some of y'all. There is that energy. I get the feeling of things being released and your prayers being answered. And I feel like they're starting to get answered right now. But you gotta ask the divine for their help first before anything can change. And then I have, let's see, the animal spirit card I pulled is patience, which is the heron. I pulled this, I remember, I think it was last week. Create a place in nature's stillness and be renewed. Take time alone to find balance. Step confidently toward your purpose. Patience will bring you rewards. So again, it's all about being patient. And, just focus on what you can do right now instead of trying to force, yourself ahead. So know that, patience is a virtue. And it's something I know many of us struggle to have. Because we want everything right now instead of having to wait for it. I do get that too. I understand that. The Spirit wants you to be extra patient. And then I pulled these two cards from another deck I have having to do with the angels. First one is Drum of Battle. Awaken your fighting spirit. Awaken that fighting spirit, that go-getter spirit. The one that wants more, wants to do more, will put in the time, effort, and energy in order to have more, whatever that more is for you. I feel like this is also you lighting up your path for your spirituality, where you're growing, where you're learning, and maybe understanding new things that you weren't aware of before. You're starting to learn or becoming aware. I just saw a window. That was interesting. I see a window. What is that window, Spirit? I see curtains by it, but it feels like it's on the side of the house. It's not a window in front. It's not a window in the back. It feels, if I was to face that house, it feels like it's on my right, which would be like you standing in it would be your left side. There's a window there. A window of opportunity is what I just heard. So maybe this is an opportunity again to invest, buy a home maybe, even buy a piece of property that you can build on. I feel like there's these windows that Spirit's allowing you, um, allowing you the, ooh, I just saw a purple spirit orb. That allows you the time to really believe and take charge. So it's like Spirit showing me there's all these windows of opportunity. But I feel like sometimes we get too caught up in our own life and too busy to pay attention to our surroundings, to our environment. But Spirit showing me there's this window of opportunity opening. Because I'm even seeing like the mirror, or not the mirror, the window. It even has the white frame around it. And I see the screen, but I see like the window's like pushed up halfway. So it's open though. And I feel like it's new, a refreshment of new air that's going to thrive and bring you new abundance, new opportunities. So, okay. Last one, beautiful people. This is the voice of ancients. And it says, listen to the voices from ancient times. Listen to the voices from ancient times. Again, your spirit team. Maybe this was someone you knew from a past life who's guiding you. Or maybe this is someone you got a soul contract with here in this present life. Or it's someone that you agreed for them to be your spirit guide when you incarnated into this world and into this life. Spirits wanting you to really trust in, remember who you are. Don't forget who you are. Again, don't try to be someone you're not, but don't forget who you are and where you come from either. And even if you changed and it's not exactly what you were brought up in, that's okay too. You were meant to do that. You were meant to set your soul free. You're meant to set your soul on fire. So, and if that was the way to do it and people didn't approve, that's their problem. But I feel like it's still right. It's still the right move. Just listen to yourself. Quiet your mind. and allow the divine and spirit to come forward and have a chat with y'all. All right. And the angel card I pulled for y'all is the Miriam, healing the heart. And it says, this is a sacred time of healing. In order for you to feel whole once more, it's essential for you to reclaim all the lost parts of yourself. Call back all the aspects of yourself, all the gifts and talents that you have been forced to hide or repress. By unleashing these tender aspects of your deeper self, you allow your heart to rebuild and strengthen. And the positive affirmation here is, I reclaim myself and my story. I am ready for wholeness. I reclaim myself and my story. I am ready for wholeness. So be ready, beautiful people. There's a whole lot coming forward. And that's what I have for y'all for the general collective reading. Again, beautiful people, that was a general collective. That was not a personal reading. So take what messages resonate, leave behind the rest. And it covers all 12 signs, okay? There's not one specific sign I read for. I read for the whole collective, which is all 12 signs. So if you're here, you're part of the collective. If you have a personal question that you need a reading on, this board right here behind me has all my rates, what I charge to do a personal reading that I do here on the stream. So thank you, beautiful people, for being here. Welcome, everyone. Whether you're new, thank you for stopping by. Or if you've been with me a while, thank you, beautiful people. Couldn't do this without y'all. Welcome, beautiful people. Hi, DM. You're welcome, baby. Hi, 420. Oh, that's great to hear, Shelby. See what happens, sweetheart. You don't know till you try, right? Hi, I'm Gravy DM. Thank you for asking, baby. How you doing? I'm a little hungry now because people were in here talking about food a minute ago. Shame on them. No, I'm teasing. I'm Gravy. Thank you for asking. I hope you are too, baby. Shelby, you gotta stop telling yourself you won't succeed or worrying about it succeeding. Give it a shot and see what happens. You don't know until you try, beautiful. Yeah, it's like you always hear me say. The answer will always be no until you try. So try. What do you have to lose? Yeah. Try. Wait and see, beautiful. Even if it don't turn out exactly the way you thought or the way you imagine it, the fact that you're trying and willing to take a chance on that speaks volumes. And that's what Spirit's trying to remind everyone. Just take that chance. No, it doesn't mean it's going to turn out exactly how you want. It's going to turn out the way it's meant to turn out. But at least you know, instead of sitting on the sidelines and then, years down the road, because you never tried it, years down the road, you can sit there and start regretting that decision and kicking yourself in the butt for it and saying, why didn't I just go for it? Why? Why did I allow myself to stop me kind of energy? So you got to believe in that, though, beautiful. It's like you just heard me say, it doesn't matter how much I believe in you. That only goes so far. It's you believing in yourself that makes all the difference. So be that difference for yourself, Shelby. And let everything go. Yep, you got to start thinking in the mind of being in abundance instead of being in lack. Whether that's your mentality, emotionally, or that could be your physical. Stop feeling like you're always in lack. Step here. No, you're welcome, Scott. How you doing, baby? Beautiful, you make it what you want it to be. It doesn't have to be a big business. You can decide. That's why it'd be for you. You're in the driver's seat. You control how big it becomes, how small. And even if people were to come to you and ask you and make requests, let them know. It'll happen when it's meant to happen. When you're supposed to do it. Okay, how it's supposed to be delivered. Not the other way, honey. Okay, so if you don't want it to turn into something huge, well, you gotta be a little patient. Okay, but you gotta tell this universe that too. But what if that's what you're meant to do? And it's meant to be more. Maybe that's part of Divine's plan too, Shelby. That's questions you gotta answer yourself, honey. Oh, I gotta stand up for a minute, y'all. Hi, Onyx Stone. I need a munch real quick. I already got drained from that. It's weird. Let it go. Let me munch on this real quick. No, baby, I munched a little bit this morning, but I haven't had an actual meal yet, no. But I will at some point. Well, that's great, Shelby. Keep it up, honey. Don't doubt yourself. Since y'all are always talking about me and asking me if I've eaten, have y'all eaten? Oh, thank you, baby. Oh, okay, Onyx Stone. Let me see, beautiful. Yeah, just give me a few minutes, honey. I just gotta put some food in me real quick. Oh, Lord. You got the alcohol going? Okay, Onyx Stone. Yeah, beautiful. I got it. But I didn't know if you knew, honey. My readings went up to $40 last month. So it's $40 now. You ate that chicken salad? Well, I bet you did, Moonchild, talking to me about it earlier, making me hungry. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate you. Just a little bit. So what are y'all doing for the 4th of July? Y'all got any plans? Thank you, Onyx Stone. I just got it. Thank you, beautiful. Hey, Shelby. Ain't nothing wrong with that, beautiful. I would too. I mean, y'all see me. I get dressed up just to be here with y'all. That sounds delicious, Moonchild. It all sounds good. Thank you, Eternal. Very sweet of you, baby. Sweet dream, sweet beans. Hi, Judith. How you doing, honey? Nope, can't forget the pickle stabbers. You're right, DM. Gotta have those. Gotta have those on hand. I'm terrible. Mm. Oh, Shelby, I love learning too. You know what's crazy? I'm sure most of y'all can relate to this. When we were all in school, did y'all even pay attention to history class? Because I know most time I didn't. And I was trying to understand what the point of it all was. Like, this is the past. Aren't we supposed to be focused on what's going on now, not what happened 100, 200 years ago and such? That was my mentality back then. Today, I love history. Too boring. Yep. Yeah, I love learning. I do. True, Shelby. See, math and English was my two best subjects in school. I thoroughly enjoyed them, but history I could live without. Science was cool. You're right, too, Onyx Stone. They don't give the whole story, and that's what I don't like about it. You know, I commented on someone's video the other day. Had to do with the immigration enforcement. And, you know, we're trying to leave politics out of it. I'm just giving y'all the backstory of what it is, okay? And the guy was talking about someone else's video they posted somewhere on some social media website. And pretty much talking about how that person was spreading lies and trying to create confusion and chaos and, you know, scare people and such and so on. And one of the things that the person had said, not the person that, you know, was showing us the video that he was commenting on, but the person, the woman it was about, had mentioned something about jail. That, you know, now it's feared, like, nothing's going to be able to step in the way of the government coming in and want to put all of us in jail if they so see fit, you know. And for what? For nothing. Just for being here, right? And so I told him, I said, well, out of everything she said, you know, listen, I agree with the fear of being put in jail because, let's face it, our country has a history of doing that already. Look at what happened to my family. And I mentioned World War II and what happened here in the U.S. And then someone came on their comments and talking about that. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I need to do my research and blah, blah. And, yeah, okay. No, you need to do your research. I don't think Judith celebrates 4th of July. She's in Canada, Moonchild. This is true. But anyways, what blows my mind, and y'all have heard me mention this before, but for some of y'all who's new and haven't heard this, my family, at least my dad's side of the family, are Japanese. So they were discriminated against back during World War II when Pearl Harbor was hit. And they were put in a concentration camp here in the U.S. And it didn't matter that they were American-born citizens. They still went to this concentration camp. So, anyhow, what amazes me, though, is, like you said, Onyx Stone, they water it down, or it's like you said, eternal, they keep it hidden. They don't want the whole world to know. Especially our own crimes we've done and committed against our own people. Obviously, they're ashamed of it, but that's the history of our country. Like, you can't avoid it. It's already been done. It doesn't mean you did it to them personally, but, you know, shouldn't the citizens of this country know what our government did years ago? I'm not saying hold it against them, but let's be real. Someone wants to come in and say, oh, the government would never do that. Yeah, go back in history and look up World War II and look up all the Japanese concentration camps here in the U.S. that took place. So don't tell me that they won't do it, or they haven't, because they have. But the sad part about it is just most people aren't aware of that. They don't know that happened during World War II in our country, because why? It's not in our history books in school. At least I don't ever recall hearing about it. You know, when you think of World War II, you always think of Germany, you know, Nazi Germany and what happened in the UK. Not about what the US did outside of maybe Pearl Harbor getting hit. But even when they mention Pearl Harbor, you don't hear anything about, oh, FDR imprisoned, you know, Japanese people just for being Japanese. That's just, you know, there's things like that. True. True, Shelby. I mean, we all should know how our country came to be, but even how other countries came to be. Our allies. We should know of all those things. I think it's important now that I'm older. But like I said, I didn't know that then. Onyx Stone, what nightmare are you talking about, beautiful? I'm going to take the last few bites, Onyx, and then I'm going to go to the ladies' room, and then I'll come back and do your reading, sweetheart. Shelby, why not just type it in the Google search bar? Just ask what happened in history a year, on this day, say 100 years ago. See what pops up, sweetheart. Oh, Shelby. Yes, that's true. I mean, we all know that. We may not know exactly everything that's happened, but we've done some pretty bad things to ourselves and each other and to our allies. Not, counting our enemies. I hope I have another bag of chips in the other room. $4, Moonchild, that sounds right. Alright, y'all. Let me put this up. And I'm gonna find some more cheese real quick, and then I'll be back to do your reading, Onyx Stone. Thank you for your patience, beautiful. I appreciate you, honey. Okay. Wolfie just has to get his nose into everything. Doesn't seem to matter. He's hopping on all the counters, trying to sniff out everything. Even tries to drink my drinks, licks my drinks, my cans. All right, Miss Onyx Stone. Thank you for your patience, beautiful. Onyx Stone, do you have a question, sweetheart, or you just want a general? It sounds like there's something specific you want to ask or know about, so. Whew. Just got to chew. Let's see. You feel like you were spiritually attacked last night in a dream, so I basically just want to know what's going on in my energy. Beautiful, what happened? What, did you have an out-of-body experience? Is that why you feel that way? Or did you said it was in a dream? Like, so what, what happened? Did you see an evil energy that makes you feel like you were attacked? That's interesting. Spirit. Let's see. This. I'm gonna pull out one of these other decks. Let's see. This might work. I mean, suffer how, beautiful? What do you mean by suffer? It just doesn't. Let me see. Let me do this a little differently. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry you felt that way, honey. That's not good. Ooh, I just saw a purple blue orb. Alright, Spirit. Some kind of right one. Let me see, Onyx. I'm going to pull out oracles first, and then I'm going to pull out tarot with it to kind of get more of a targeted area, be more specific. Spirit. I haven't used this deck before, but something tells me to use this. Show me. Oh, beautiful. I'm sorry you've had that bad dream, girlfriend. Let me see. Let me see what Spirit says here. Spirit, show me. Onyx Stone. Those two came out. Here's a disruptor. Alright. Yeah. I mean, someone's trying to prevent you from growing. I'm going through this transition that you're going through, beautiful. I feel like what happened in your dreams last night was someone trying to disrupt. your change, your transition, your transformation you're going through right now. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, you're diving deep. I feel. Let's see. You're overthinking again, heart. Onyx Stone. Because there's a fear of failure. Which is interesting. Because I mentioned that in the general collective. And someone who is afraid of failure. You know, afraid of proceeding forward with something they want out of fear of failure. I think that could be disrupting your dreams. Beautiful. I feel like it's not necessarily like a spirit, an entity. I feel this is more of yourself, your subconscious playing out in your dreams. Because you're still lacking the confidence in yourself. or to believe that everything's going to be okay and work out. Let me see. Spirit. Which okay. Where did I put that tarot deck? Well, Onyx Stone, I know you said you were drinking, right? You know what the problem is, Onyx Stone? Beautiful, and I've told you this before, but maybe you didn't hear me or maybe you forgot. Because of you, you know, you do drink and, you know, I'm not judging you, beautiful. I can only tell you from my perspective. I can only tell you from the perspective of what it would do to someone like me right now if I were to, you know, drink alcohol, especially a good amount of it, and be given other kinds of drugs that I wouldn't take. But what I'm saying is if someone was to offer me something, I wouldn't take it because I understand that by me, you know, putting all that stuff in my body, I'm lowering my vibration. Okay, so all those people that are in my surroundings who are operating in more of a low vibrational energy, and whatever attachments they have attached to them cannot easily be attached to me then, because my inhibitions have been lowered in that regard. Um, it opens up doors that I don't want. I don't want in, you know. So, and now I'm getting the feeling that that's what has happened here, and I feel like it's like your reminder from spirit telling you, listen, you keep partaking and drinking and, you know, possibly doing other drugs, you know, what's that going to help you to succeed and be the best version of yourself that you can be? When you think of those, you know, in that context, does it sound like you're going to do well for yourself? No. Not saying it can't happen, but most times it's not going to. I mean, some people can be functional alcoholics and stuff and not have a problem, but beautiful, I feel like this is your own energy fighting against you, trying to remind you to stop allowing those things happen and to finally put your foot down with yourself to stop, you know, consuming alcohol altogether, or cut back, scale it back a lot. And be mindful when you go out, or you allow, you know, people in your house, you know, are they trying to put something in your drink, or they're going to offer you something that you might, you know, maybe hesitate at first, but then accept it, and then find out later, it's like, oh man, I shouldn't have taken that. What was I thinking, kind of thing. That's what I'm picking up, beautiful. So let me see. Spirit, let me clarify this. I mean, yeah, it could be your diet, beautiful. I mean, do you eat junk food every day? Because I know I do. I'm not picking up on anything bad here. I think the disruptor is you, yourself, going against your higher self. Spirit, show me. Okay, that was weird. I just saw an old piece of paper that looked like it partially had been burned that someone wrote on, but I didn't get to see what it said. Spirit, what is this here? Yeah, it's very convenient. Yeah, you've been in your head a lot, Onyx Stone. I feel like you've been isolating yourself from people too. Of course, I don't have one in my drawer when I need one. Doggone it. Nope. Hold on, I gotta get our energy shot. I'll be right back. Let's make it for not having some in here like I usually do. Let's see. Yeah, beautiful. I'm getting your reason past your dreams. I get it's really scaring you. I get you fear this. I get you fear hurt, being left behind, not being heard, not being understood. I get this energy that you fear, like whether it's your family, your friends, if you had a significant other, someone you're dating, that they would too turn their backs on you. And I feel like that in your dream state, good or bad, it's like you're reflecting your emotional state in your dreams. And I feel like it's luring, your soul to parts of you that have been in denial. Like, um, what's an example? We'll just say that you're very impatient, or demanding, we'll say. You have to, when you want something done, you want it done then, and you don't want to wait on it. So it's like, having to learn to have more patience. Um, and I feel, hypothetically, like something like that, it would take time to recognize that, yeah, maybe you're not as patient as you need to be. Um, but you're able to see and take accountability for yourself, not knowing that you can't blame others when things don't go right or it doesn't go exactly the way you had hoped or believe it should in the time frame. It's nobody else's fault. It's just that's life, and we're not meant to have everything just handed over to us. We're meant to go through and have and receive what we do have when we have it. um but this is showing me that you in your dream state, you're being shown there's certain things you still got to face, that you're not facing and taking accountability for your role in life, or when it comes to your family decisions you make. um it's not necessarily want to blame others, but it's hard for you to take constructive criticism is what I hear. And when someone does, it kind of breaks you down a little bit. I feel like it kind of stings a little more. And there's nothing wrong with that. That means you have a heart. That means you care. And you care about what people are talking about. But with you, I feel like you get a little more defensive maybe with them. And then, you ignore it. And then when you go to sleep, then that's when the dreams come. And it's like, ringing in your head like, hello, you were made aware of this earlier, but you ignored us. You didn't do anything. You're not thinking it through. You're not taking time you need, that we're trying to tell you to take time to really look at things and focus on it. Um, I don't feel, like I said, I feel like this is you being disrupting yourself, um, allowing others to get the best of you, allowing people to tell you who and what and why you are. It's Three of Swords. This is a lot of heartbreak, disappointment, though. People close to you hurt you, even maybe lying to you behind your back, and you're just now suddenly learning about it or finding out. Um, because I pulled one from one of my decks. It's like a shadow work deck, and I got the Siren, and it says, as enchanting it is, the reflection in the water, it can lure your soul to depths where illusions falter. And I feel like that's when you're soul is willing to go deep. When you're in a deep sleep, you can face things in those dreams that you can't seem to face while you're awake, where your subconscious, becomes your conscious and you're fully aware. So I feel like in your dreams, they go away without you being afraid to face them or to go deeper. But I can also see where it's scaring you in the same token. I don't feel like they're trying to scare you. I feel like this is your spirit team trying to guide you. I don't feel like it's something you're meant to worry about, because I feel like you're going through a transitional period right now. Because I pulled 3 cards from 3 different oracle decks, and the main one is this one, the disruptor. And this is like someone coming in trying to prevent you from going ahead with your plans or doing something good for yourself or for others. It's just a matter of someone trying to prevent you from following your heart, your soul's path, your journey. So I feel like this is you battling yourself, though. I don't feel like it's anyone else necessarily. I feel like it's you going against yourself, and you're just not willing to see it that way when you're awake and conscious, like you are right now talking to me. But in your sleep, you feel a little more protected where you can face some of those difficulties. Yeah, beautiful. I do. I feel like you're overthinking, because you're in a transition period. Like, I feel like even you're trying to manage your pain. Why I say that? Because I get the Fool's Embrace, and this is from my Shaman's Dream deck. Fool's Embrace, transmuting pain. So you are trying to transmute this pain. You're trying to do what I've suggested to you and others before. Take something negative and turn it into a positive. Use that negative energy to kind of motivate you to make something positive happen out of it. Something specific in your area, something specific in an area of your life. Like, let's just say if you're working a job but you don't make enough money to pay the bills, and you're frustrated, you're angry, and maybe an ex-boyfriend just broke up with you and left you high and dry kind of thing. I could understand you being in a lot of pain, heartbreak, and this 3 of Swords coming out. It feels kind of like that, but I don't feel like this involves romantic. I feel it's more friends and family. Um, but you're trying to learn how to transmute that pain and that suffering. Instead of allowing it to kind of destroy you, you're like, well, it hurts, but, allow it to light my fire, my passion, to ignite what I'm meant to be and who I'm meant to be on this life, in this journey we call life, by transmuting the pain and seeing beyond the norm. What is this? 4 of Pentacles, see the Spirit. Show me, Spirit. Yeah, there you are right there. 8 of Swords. All caught up in your head. And I feel like this is around your abundance. Because here's the 4 of Pentacles. And the 4 of Pentacles is about your material wealth. Your monetary. It's about, being either too tight with your money or spending it freely. Like you have an unlimited source of funds to be able to do whatever it is you want to do. So when I feel like Spirit's saying you're being a little too tight, you can loosen up a little bit. But I feel like if others are coming to you looking for your help, you kind of have to put up some boundaries and say, well, okay, I can help you this time, but don't call me after this. Okay, figure it out. Or maybe this is your parents saying, okay, well, if you're going to live under my roof, you're going to have to pay rent here. And rent's X amount of dollars. You can either choose to stay here and pay less rent, or you can go out there and find your own place, which is going to cost you double or triple what we're asking you to pay here. Kind of energy. So there's a need to kind of open up and let go here. I feel like this is a time of reflection, to kind of take stock of where you are right now, where you've been, where you were before, and to be able to see the beauty in where you're going. Because I got the Heartbeat card here, and it's just telling me, like, this is where you're supposed to soar. This is where your reflection, in looking at everything, what you've done, what you've accomplished, maybe things you haven't accomplished yet, but maybe you're still working on that, moving progress, which that's for all of us. We're always moving, evolving. It's just forward movement, forward progress. And I feel like for you, this is spirit really trying to pinpoint, where your pros and cons are. Like, again, like I said, maybe it's a matter of, having to readjust your budget, or having to readjust how you spend your money or who you give it to. Maybe someone's wanting more from you than what you can get, or maybe they don't feel like you're giving them enough, and you're trying to figure out, well, you have this and you're doing fine. Why can't I have that? Why am I the one that's going with that? Why am I having to sacrifice when I've made the right decisions for me, but everyone else makes wrong decisions and they still come out smelling like a bed of roses, as my daddy used to tell me. Because we had a family member who it seemed that way always. I remember the times that my daddy would lose his job. He had a temper, but one of his relatives, was in the same industry and making great money, didn't have to go without, even own a Porsche, and it seemed like he could do no wrong. And even when he messed up in his job, it seemed like because he was so good at everything else, the managers and his own boss overlooked it. And so that's why my daddy would say he would end up coming out still smelling like a bed of roses, when he should be coming out smelling like a pile of crap. So, Eight of Swords, get out of your way. Allow yourself to feel that pain, but allow it to be what changes and transmutes it into something more positive. That's going to get you in a positive mindset and start believing in yourself instead of being in those self-limiting beliefs like this Eight of Swords is. You're not trapped, Onyx Throne. Even in your dream, you're not trapped. You just have to have awareness when you go into sleep. I try and tell people before I go to sleep, I say a prayer. And one of the things that I always say is, please don't allow anyone, evil or negative, to enter my dream state. Shield me, keep me safe. I only want benevolent entities and energies come through. The ones who are meant to be there for me, you know, not the, other ones. And so I think that's helped my dreams a lot, where, ooh, I just saw a bright spirit orb. That's confirmation. Where it doesn't, I rarely remember my dreams, but I think it's because I'm not sleep long enough to go into that state to be able to remember. But I know I'm having them. But even the times that I've had them in the past where I felt a spiritual attack and I knew it, that feeling like you're talking about, I have felt that feeling. But then I've even seen some creature, is what I'll just call it, trying to seduce me, and I wouldn't allow it. And I remember distinctly in my dream, like I realized what was taking place, and I sat there and I remember I called out to God asking him for help, and I remember I just said, I rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name, because I'm a Christian. So, and as soon as I said that, I woke up. It was like I was freed from it. Um, but that was my withal inside my dream state, and being comfortable and being confident in who I am, and setting up for myself, and knowing when I'm gonna know when an entity or an angel or a loved one, whether it's really them in my dreams or not, because dreams of like loved ones, okay, they should be happy. They should be peaceful. They should be serenity. Could they provide some guidance? Sure, but most times they're not there for that. They're just there to help comfort you and let you know that they're still around, that they are still supporting you. Um, and so, what was I going to say? Um, for me, I know when I dream of my loved ones, they're not supposed to be angry or upset. They're supposed to be very happy and peaceful. So if I wake up like the whole world's been lifted off my shoulders and I feel great, I can smile. I know it's going to be a great day. I just feel it, and this is after I've had a dream of my loved one, like say my mama, and it comes out that way. But if I go in that dream state beautiful and I'm constantly worrying about what happened throughout the day or the last few days or week and stressing and worrying, then yeah, you're going to bring in that negativity, and that's going to enter your dream state. Could, you know, something on the other side feed off of that? Yes, they'll feed off your energy. But again, that's where you got to protect yourself and tell them, no, you're not welcome. I only welcome my loved ones on the other side or my spirit guides, my spirit team. That's it. So I know it feels weird. So you've been praying negative daily, and that's great, Onyx Stone. Keep doing that. But even just tell the divine, don't allow anything evil or negative into my dream state. Shield me, protect me. Um, but if something were to happen, be aware of it and know what you're going to say to kind of free yourself from it, so it doesn't get attached to you or try and, you know, do something. It could be one of those other entities or spirits, sure, but I haven't gotten that yet. I'm still waiting to see if one of these cards will flip over. That will tell me that. I haven't gotten it yet, beautiful. Hold on. Spirit. What is this card? But you have a fear of failure. Why is this here, Spirit? Yeah, this is about around your relationships. I get the Lovers with the card of fear of failure. And the fear of failure says, the fall keeps repeating on my level or on my head. The eternal obstacle between me and the next step. So there's this fear of failure that you keep having, discussing with yourself. Fear of what? It involves your relationships, involves your happiness, your happily ever after with the Lovers. So this can be any type of relationship, family, friends, professional, romantic. But it can also be the relationship you have with yourself and the relationship you have with divine. I feel like you fear like when you do find that person for you that it's not going to last. And you're going to feel like you failed again. But you're not a failure, Onyx Stone. Don't ever think or feel like you are, because you're not. Oh, yeah. And that all that would help, Onyx Stone. It would. I mean, I don't ever take a bath, but I understand what you mean, though. And those spiritual baths should be helping. That was weird. Spirit. Someone's here. Miss Cora, hey sweetheart. Miss Cora, can you hang on? Let me have Onyx Stone's attention, okay? Because I'm reading for her, sweetheart. I need her focused on me and only me. Spirit, show me. Why is this Lovers here? Spirit, why is Lovers here? There it is again. Nine of Swords. There's this anguish. Fear of failure. Onyx Stone. Because here's the fear of failure card. You fear those relationships not succeeding. You fear being left behind. You fear being abandoned. You fear that what you have to give won't be enough to keep the people in your life to want to love you and be there for you and care for you as you would do the same in return. I get the energy that you're afraid to pursue your dreams because you're afraid, you know, the people who love and care about you aren't going to be your cheerleader, that strong, stable support system that maybe they've been in recent years, that it feels like they're not really being to you anymore. And maybe sometimes it's like pulling teeth, just trying to get them to acknowledge your good deeds, try to get them to acknowledge your achievements. And it seems like some of them just refuse to acknowledge it. I don't know why, but it's leaving you in anguish where you're wanting to stay in bed. You want to hide away from the world and keep everyone out because you're afraid of everyone to see you upset and hurt and in pain. And so you can then tap into this energy and try and transmute it to something more positive. But you're crying your eyes out, I feel. I feel some of that's coming from eternally. Crying your eyes out, worrying that you're never going to have what it is you want when it comes to love, when it comes to your family, friends, even your professional life. There's this 8 or 9 of swords, and that's crazy. I mean, I don't know if 89 means anything to you, but if it does, there it is. Because I have both the 8 and the 9 of swords out here. So they're confirming each other. Spirit, why is this here? The Hierophant. Yep, you're overthinking. And that's the other card I forgot. Overthinking. Each thought a labyrinth, endless, obscure. There is no peace amidst this self-imposed torture. Overthinking. Getting lost in your thoughts like this. Overthinking. Not able to clear your head enough to relax, to pay attention, maybe and sometimes to even care enough. It's like you're just moving, you know, your body's physically moving, but I don't feel like you're as growing as much mentally and emotionally. And you just keep telling yourself, as long as my body can get out of bed, I'll be fine. And I think you do very well for trying to go forward with what you're wanting to do. But I feel like right here, Onyx Stone, you still got time to gain some more wisdom without allowing it to overwhelm you, overthinking things. Whether you want to lean on others or not, beautiful, I feel like there's this time you got to lean more on yourself. Find your inner strength. That inner beauty that you hold deep within. Instead of hiding away, sheltering yourself, not allowing others to get close to you. You know, I know there's this concern about your grandmother. I know that's probably part of this. And still wondering what's going to happen. But beautiful, you still got to believe that what is going to happen is what the divine intends to happen. It's meant for it to happen the way it will play out. And it's still going to be for your greater good. But I got to tell you, beautiful, I know the obstacles and challenges we all face in life, yeah, sometimes they can rip us apart. And yeah, it really makes us really question, are we strong enough? Like, you know, like I know I've said to myself in the past and to the divine, like, why would you put me through this again? Like, what did I not learn the first time? That you feel like I got to go through this same pattern again, same experience. An example of that would be my parents, okay? My mama needed a lung transplant in order to live. And then my daddy, aka stepdaddy, also needed a kidney transplant in order to live longer. So it's like, I remember me and my brother, specifically, we've had this talk a few times. Like, okay, we lost one parent who health failed, who needed an organ transplant in order to live, but it didn't happen. So, but we went through hell. Those 5 years with our mother, we went through a lot. Sacrifice, we didn't have hardly anything. Sometimes we barely had enough to eat, if we had enough to eat at all. And I even remember coming home from either work or from school and the water being shut off or the gas being shut off or the electricity being shut off because my parents didn't have the money to pay all the utilities plus the rent, so we don't end up out on the streets. And so after my mama died, and it took a decade, but then it's my daddy's turn. And then I find out, and I saw a blue spirit orb. Then I find out he needs a kidney transplant. And understand me, Onyx, I was getting ready. The day that I found out my daddy also needed a organ transplant, I was out of college. I had just gotten the test results for my GED test that I took, because I ended up having to quit, high school to take care of my mama. And I was like less than 5 feet away from the admissions door to walk in to sign me up for college classes. But I made the decision, like, no, let me call my daddy and share the good news with him first. That I finally, accomplished this, that I, kept my promise to my, my mom and so on. And, you would think that, my daddy would be all excited. I'm not going to say he wasn't, but he obviously had a lot on his mind too. And a lot that I did not know until that day after I told him, I passed and, what I was getting ready to do. And, he congratulated me, but he brought up that, well, yeah, my health is failing. I'm not doing good. Um, I'm going through dialysis right now, and I need a kidney transplant. What? You know? And my whole world crumbled again. And then I sat there and I was like, what in the hell? I literally just got done getting those test results so I can go in and sign up for college, and, that I gave up and sacrificed myself for my family, and now I might have to go through this again. What did I not learn the first time? I remember that. And I know my brother felt that too. Like, why did you have to take both of our parents away that way? What did we not learn the first time? That it had to happen again. I don't have that answer to this day, beautiful. Why? But I know watching it, going through it, I know watching, my daddy even have his own struggles, not just with his health, but because he had, his health was so bad, he ended up, having to file bankruptcy. I know he also lost a job, and I also know they got behind on some bills, both him and my stepmother. My stepmother was also working too, but between both their incomes, it still wasn't enough. So it put a lot of strain on them. And I wondered if some of that strain being put on them, especially on my daddy with his kidneys failing, did that contribute to his life being shortened because of the extra stress? Instead of, trying to find a way to relax, it's like, yeah, okay, I only got this much of my kidney function left, okay? I hope I get a kidney, but if I don't, then it's meant to be. It's not saying I want to die, um, but it's also the stress and worry. Him as a father, him as a husband, um, wanting to know what was going to happen to us, were we going to be okay? And of course, was his wife going to be okay once that day came? If he didn't make it, if he didn't get that transplant. So you think you're failing, even if you repeat cycles. Beautiful, you're not failing, because understand me, if anything I learned that even if I go through the same thing again, that there's a different experience along with it, because I'm a different me. So I have a different, perspective. So from the time that my mama died to the time my daddy died, that was 11 years, because my daddy died at 30 and my mom died when I was 19. I had grown in those 11 years. So there was something else I was supposed to learn. Same thing with my baby brother. He was supposed to learn something. What that is, I can't answer for him. Only he can. But I understand it now that, yeah, it seems so similar, and there are a lot of similarities, but there's still distinct differences to it too. So if you walk into this with, yeah, I'm not going to make it, like you said, like you were told, like you're going to just continue to suffer with your family, then no, beautiful, you're not going to make it. But that's you holding yourself back. That's you putting yourself in this trapped energy, in this Nine of Swords, in this Eight of Swords. Not believing that you can escape this and make a life of your own and choose for you. Yeah, does that mean that maybe you got to be a little more selfish with yourself? And maybe it doesn't mean you get to be there for, your mom or whoever? Maybe. But you're getting older too, beautiful. And what you got to remember, and what I feel like everybody has to remember is, you know, our loved ones aren't going to live forever. And the older they are, yeah, obviously it's going to be a lot sooner. They're not going to be here. And it's hard to look at it that way, but it's also true. That's the reality of it all. So what's going to happen in 5 years, we'll say? What if? I'm not saying this will happen. I'm just saying hypothetically, what if? Your grandma's gone, your mama's gone. Who you got left? Okay? And if been leaning on them so much through those years to kind of get you going, get you on the right footing for life, starting your life and such, you haven't found your um complete independence yet, or how to stand on your own 2 feet. And then it suddenly kind of dawns on you before it happens, like, oh crap, what do I do? What's my plan? What if this happens? Like, I'm scared. Like, I'm overthinking. Like, am I going to fail? Am I going to be out on the streets? Beautiful. This, I feel like, is something that they wanted to make you aware of. So you can start making those plans and really assessing yourself and where you are in your life, where you're going next. Not that you're going to be held back. I don't get that, Onyx Throne. I get is your own doubts and maybe others' doubts and, fears, or them projecting onto you that's creeping in. That's what Spirit's showing me. I don't feel like I'm not picking up it was necessarily a spiritual attack. And I haven't even pulled out the Magician card, which that would have been the one card I wanted to see here. That would say it could be something related to that. I don't even have the High Priestess out here, which would be another one. So I feel like, beautiful, maybe it's time to do something else before you go to sleep. Maybe try and do a breathing technique, Onyx Stone. And this is something you can do quickly, to kind of relax your mind. First, talk to divine and keep your prayer, keep your dreams safe. So pray whatever it is you do. But then lay in bed, if you're ready to go to sleep, close your eyes and think of yourself drawing in gold light into your body. Every time you take a breath in, you breathe in, think of yourself inhaling through your mouth or through your nose, filling up your body, just gradually filling up your body to relax you. And every single time you exhale, it's coming, out of your mouth or your nose, but it looks like black smoke. It's like you're trying to cleanse your body of that negativity, of that toxic energy, of what you feel is these blocks. That's you trying to fight off those negative blocks and putting in positive reinforcements like a shield of saying, no, I'm not going to allow this negative block to come towards me. No, it's not going to prevent me from going here. No, it's not going to prevent me from doing this. No, it's not going to prevent me from doing that. I will succeed, even if it takes me a little bit longer than everyone else. I'm not in competition with nobody but me, and only me. And I feel like that's what you got to remind yourself of too, Onyx Stone. You know, I know so many times in this world today, it's like we're so surrounded by the technology, but I know so many people are always comparing themselves to others. They compare their lives to other people their age or in their age group, their peers, and are like, well, why does that person have all this? Why am I lacking? Like, how is this fair? Like, universe, what did I do to deserve this karma? Like, why do I feel like I'm being treated like, we'll just say, like a redheaded stepchild? And we're all meant to live a different life. It doesn't mean that you've done anything wrong. No, we're not perfect. Nobody is. But it doesn't mean you've done anything wrong to deserve it either. But feeling like you're not worthy, now that's different. But that's you internally. Feeling like you're not worthy of better. That you're not capable of better or doing more. That's what I feel it is. So it's this inward conflict I feel you keep having with yourself. But I feel like it keeps replaying over and over in your energy in your sleep. Because that's a time when you're most relaxed. And in our sleep, that's a time when our loved ones will come in and try and visit us in our sleep. Because we're disconnected from the world. We're more peace, calm. Yeah, beautiful. I feel like it's all inward, honey. I'm really not getting anything like it's a spiritual attack, I'm not picking that up, Onyx Stone. Like I said, I don't get the Magician, but I'm going to pull over a couple more cards. And I'm going to pull from a few of these other decks, too, that I have. So, Spirit, show me. I feel like Spirit wants you to go deep within. Because even this other card with the transmuting pain, I'll just show you this, Onyx Stone. Deep diver. Diving into a task. I mean, the task of transmuting this pain, trying to change your mindset, you know, stop being the disruptor in your own life and being the one of encouragement, of love and light. Because even these other cards I pulled from one of my other angel decks, it says warrior of courage. Fearlessly face challenges. Be the warrior of courage and fearlessly face whatever obstacles and challenges are in your way. And I feel like Spirit's going to reveal things to you in that time space where you're dreaming in your sleep. Because I even get the Oracle of Revelation here. Insight into truth and revelation. I feel like you're going to gain more insight if, you know, you carefully think things through, be in that positive mindset, have that strength, and fill yourself up with all this positive love and light to rid of all the dark, negative energy that seems to be around you just from those negative thoughts. Those negative thoughts, beautiful, are just taking up space, rent-free in your head. When you could be using that time and that space in your head to focus on the more positive things you have in your life. And again, where you're wanting to go next. It doesn't mean you ignore what has come forward. Oh, Lord. All right. Okay, I'm sorry, Onyx Stone. Hold on, sweetheart. What did he do, Judith? Yeah, what did he say that was wrong, Judith? I mean, other than trying to talk to me, I don't know what that's never been. I don't know what that means, honey, but maybe he resonates with this personal reading I'm doing for Onyx Throne. You know that, beautiful. Other people can resonate with a personal reading, even if it's not for them. So, I don't know what you mean by he's acting like a jerk. But anyways, let me see something. Spirit, show me Spirit. What else does Onyx Stone need to know? Yeah, beautiful. You're going to have this opportunity of clarity. Right here. Ace of Swords. Clarity. Opportunity. Clarity. Success. Victory. I feel like, that clarity will come. I feel like gradually, as you get more grounded, get more grounded and balanced with the divine, with the universe, more of that clarity is going to come forward right here. And it's going to give you some of the signs, the answers, and the messages you've been seeking or requesting from the divine. Judith, where'd you go, sweetheart? else for an onyx stone? Yeah, and I get the moon here, onyx stone, with the world at the bottom. I'm not getting the magician anywhere. See something that would tell me if there's anything else dark here. I'm not picking it up though. I'm not picking it up. But I want to make sure I do all of it. Spiritual. And onyx stone, I think you're becoming more in tune. That's the other thing I'm getting. You're becoming more tuned in with spirit. This will present some other opportunity. Not me sitting up here telling everyone else that it's all within them, and I'm not seeing that myself. Yeah, that could be possible, beautiful. You know, onyx stone, beautiful, listen. And I'll call myself out here, okay? Like I said, I will put myself in the fire. I'm authentic. I'm real with y'all. I don't pretend I'm perfect. I don't pretend I know everything, okay? You know, like me, how I try and tell y'all, get out of the house more. Try and engage in the real world. Engage in meeting new people. Explore. Because especially when we're looking for either our soul tribe, looking for love, trying to grow more in our spirituality, or maybe we're just starting out on our own and we're pursuing a career, or starting college, whatever it is. It's hard to really get to know the world and the people who live in it and live around us if we're constantly just stuck at home, not getting out, not taking that risk, because we're too afraid to engage in the real world with other people around us, for fear of judgment, fear of being criticized, fear they're going to see our vulnerabilities or even our childhood wounds, you can say, and they'll take a stab at it to break us. Because why a lot of people in this world, let's just say, not calling them cruel, but let's just say they don't have good intentions. I get that, but it doesn't mean everybody is that way. A lot of good people still exist in this world. Um, and in order for us to even get to know ourselves more and to dive deep into our spirituality, into our soul, going within, or learning a new hobby, one that we never ever thought we would partake in before. But now suddenly we have a change of heart, a change of mindset. Like, oh, yeah, a decade ago I would never do that. It just didn't interest me, and now I'm curious. I want to find out. That's being adventurous. That's exploring. Um, so I'm over here telling y'all to do that, but here I am staying at home myself. I haven't been out other than going to an appointment, like a doctor's appointment. I've been at home mostly. So now it's time for me to get myself out of the house and venture out more again and start getting involved in the things I love doing, like bowling and shooting pool. So, and that's my plan. So it's not just you, beautiful. I've done it to myself. We've all done it. A lot of us have been in hermit mode too. Because let's be frank, there's a lot of craziness going on out there that we don't want to get involved with, especially with drama, especially in politics. It's like it gets so nasty out there. Who wants to be around people who are always like that? I don't. I mean, even a little bit of politics that make from time to time get brought up in here, I try and nip it in the butt, because I understand that energy shift will change the energy in the chat, and I don't want that. It don't change it for better. It brings it down, and I try and help fight and prevent that. Just same thing with religion. So I look at you, and Spirit showing me this. You're like this beautiful moon, Onyx Stone. You're like the Empress of the moon. Um, you have so much abundance, so much to offer, so much to gain still, so much clarity. Um, it's just your own insecurities that keep tugging you and tearing away at you. That's keeping you stuck or keeping you afraid. And it's time for you to become comfortable with being uncomfortable for a little while. Because being in our comfort level, being complacent, do we grow from that? No. Because everything's so comfortable. It's like we don't have anything to worry. We put ourselves in this big bubble and that's it. We don't allow anyone else in. To where when we break that bubble and bring down our walls, that produces, yeah, that chance that we can get hurt, meet someone new, and things not go the way we want it. But that's a risk. But it's a risk worth taking. It's a risk worth finding out. Because you never know what else you'll learn about yourself and about others. And you could be that teacher or the student. Think of yourself as, being the student of life, but also being the teacher of life. You're the student and the teacher. Like this Hierophant. That's what I look at when I look at this Hierophant. It says wisdom, but this is the Hierophant. And the Hierophant's like a philosopher. You can look at them as the person in the cloth, of the cloth, if you want to look at it as a religious. Think of like the Pope. But you're in this Hierophant powerful energy with this Empress. Where'd it go? With this moon card. But I heard Empress of the Moon. So whatever it is that you feel like you haven't been shown, or you feel like it's going on in secret behind closed doors, or even in the spirit world, it's going to come out to the light. And I feel like it's going to give you a lot more information and knowledge than you've had before. And I feel like it's going to start a new chapter going in another direction is what I pick up. So this is also Spirit saying trust you, trust your intuition. Don't allow your ego to get in the way. Even if, you might even have something, that you're still keeping close to your chest, yourself, that you haven't let others know or allow them in. That's okay too. I feel like when it's the time for people to know, you're going to be like this mermaid here and holding on to this moon, holding on to your world right here, shining this light, reflecting it outward instead of just holding it within and allowing that light to be dim because you've allowed others to come in and try and tell you what kind of person you are, what you're supposed to do, who you're supposed to be, where you're supposed to go, how to tie your shoelaces, that kind of thing. Where you take what you know, the wisdom and knowledge, and trust yourself, and you show the world what that is, who you are, instead of allowing your doubts and fears and worries to take over. I get there needs to be more independence here, more of an independent mindset on Onyx Stone. I get this energy on Onyx Stone of instead of following the herd, what do you honestly believe, beautiful? Without looking to anyone else. What do you pick up? What resonates, what doesn't? And it's like I know I've said this before, like when we get our downloads, when we get, and I saw another bright spirit orb. So confirmation, when we get our downloads, which you're getting downloads, there's that confirmation. And so I put this. Crap. So trace thought. When we get those psychic hits, we may sometimes disregard them because of our own ego. Not wanting to believe, like, spirit, how is that possible? How could this be happening when the future hasn't happened yet? But maybe you do have a dream, and it foretells you something that's coming. Doesn't have to be bad, okay? Good or bad. You just know that's going to happen here soon. And nobody will listen to you. Nobody even believes you. Maybe they call you cray cray because you believe in something that most refuse to believe in, because to them there's no evidence that this is real. That kind of, energy. And you allow them to convince you of that. Oh, well, it must be wrong. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I feel this way, but can I really open up and admit that to them without the fear of judgment, them criticizing me and making me feel bad? I don't feel like you feel that way. Not strong enough, anyways. So I feel like you got to really focus on being you, being this beautiful mermaid. Go deep down into the ocean, explore it, learn, grow, research, be you. Stop following the herd. You follow your own path. Be the lone wolf if you must be for a little while. There's nothing wrong with that, beautiful. And yeah, I know it can get lonely. I do understand that, beautiful. Do I not know how lonely that journey can be? It can be very, very lonely. But to me, when you are alone, again, it's not just about proving yourself that you have the strength and the courage and the tenacity to get forward, to get through it, but it leaves out more distractions from the outside world where you really go within. You trust this. You trust yourself instead of looking all around you like, well, what do you think? Oh, do you have any advice over here? You know what I mean? And that causes a lot of confusion and chaos. And they may not understand it the way you do, Onyx Stone. That's what makes you different, beautiful. That's what makes you unique. It's like I tell you, you got a magic you're meant to share in this world. People are meant to feel your magic, your skills, your hobbies, your talents, your knowledge, even your heart and soul. That's your magic, your own individual magic within that needs to be brought to life, brought into the sunlight, be taken out from behind the moon and brought into the bright sun for everyone to see, clear as day, where they can't miss it. And yeah, some will not agree. Some will look at you and say you need psychiatric help, or you need to go claim religion or whatever it is. Like, you see what happens normally here. No, it's not meant for them. What you learn, what you go through, what you value, is not meant for everyone else to know this, or is it meant for them to believe in it? But there's some people who are meant to know it, and they're just waiting on you to be the deliverer of those messages, to say, listen, maybe it's time to go this way. Maybe it's time to dive deeper in this spirituality aspect. Have you ever considered going down that road, kind of thing? And you showing you have already been down that road. Like, I feel this ascension in you. I feel you ascending. I feel you're having some of those physical symptoms that I've heard about from people who have those physical symptoms, like, okay, why do I feel this way? Dizzy, lightheaded, fatigue. You have all these different types of symptoms, and you go to the doctor, and it's like, doc, what's wrong with me? I used to have energy all the time. I felt great. Now I feel like I'm dragging my feet. What's wrong with me? Can you run some tests? And all the tests come back normal. And the doc's looking at you crazy like, everything looks good. You're perfectly healthy to me. So tell me your symptoms again. And you tell them again and they still can't figure it out. Why? Because they're not meant to. Because really, it's not a physical ailment. It's your spirit. It's your heart and soul. It's your life force that's speaking. So it's time for you to uptake into that spot of that enlightenment and ascend. Rise like that beautiful phoenix. Rise like the butterfly. Spread those wings. Make your colors that magical, that bright, where nobody can miss them. And the ones who love you, and love the magic and love what you have, what you've come to learn over the years, they're going to want to talk to you and get to know you better and know more about you and come to you maybe for guidance. Well, you know, how did you get through this, Onyx Stone? Because I'm struggling over here. How do you do it? Kind of thing. That's what I pick up. But for you, Onyx Stone, you know, leaving that doorway open for your thoughts to override your heart and for it to ignore your spirit in that way, yeah, I can understand why that dream came about. But it's you just fighting your internal higher self, I feel. I even feel like you might even feel better And Spirit just said, have you considered writing a letter to yourself? To your older self? So think of things that, now that maybe you didn't know 5, 10 years ago. And save it somewhere. And in 5, 10 years, pull it out and read it to remind you how special you are and how far you've come and how far you still got to go here. Nothing's, we're not limited. We may think we are because the world and humanity has put a concept of that, in our life and in our society, in our beliefs and thoughts, but we're limitless beings. We're only limited to what we allow ourselves to be limited to or be trapped to without those words of encouragement or without direction. And sometimes some of us are meant to get lost. But really, when we're getting lost, that's when we're actually finding ourselves. We may not see it then that way, but when we get back on the, road and, find our path again, then we realize, well, I wasn't really lost. I was just exploring. I was going into, introspection, contemplation, thinking things through, really processing, learning, taking in that knowledge and wisdom from others, and allowing my soul to ascend. That's weird, Bob. Well, hold on, baby. Is anyone else in here having issues with lagging on my stream? It's frustrating. I know, Bob. I just want to make sure it's not it's not my internet connection. That's all I'm trying to figure out. It's just you, baby. Okay. Well, I'm sorry it's causing problems, baby. Alright. Let me pull a couple of these other cards for you, Onyx Stone. But I want to read these two cards to you first. Give you a deeper meaning of these cards, Onyx Stone. And you can take it how it resonates, beautiful, for you. I'll go over this first, and then I'm going to pull these other cards. Okay, Onyx Stone is about taking risks, beautiful. It deeply resonates. Oh, I'm glad, beautiful. And I know you know that, but I think sometimes we forget, and we need that little bit of reminder, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. So this one's called Deep Diver. And it says, the deep diver invites you to take the plunge with him. You can't see the bottom, but you must swim into the dark depths to find the mystery that eludes you now. He knows where the pearls lie underneath the ancient sands. You are called to look beyond the surface of things for your answer. Let your intuition propel you into the water, allowing your memories to swirl around you and your emotions to well up as you face the unknown. Your curiosity will be your greatest guide. You'll surely discover something wondrous to bring back to everyone who is waiting by the shore, but only you will truly know the value of your discovery. Are you willing to do the work? Dive in, make the commitment to see it through, and you'll be amazed. So it's about you going within and facing the unknown, and knowing it's for your better good. Even if others can't understand the message or what you learned while you're in that deep dive, but you're willing to embrace it towards finding new things out about yourself, new discoveries. And maybe it's even you tackling a task of some kind that you're meant to try, meant to learn from. And then here's the other one. Let me see. Fool's embrace, transmuting pain. It says, what is truly yours will not pass you by. Something better and perfect for you is waiting elsewhere. If you could come into terms with the liberation and freedom inherent in loss, your broken heart might open you up to a greater sense of humanity and compassion. As in the narrative of tarot, the fool will be at the beginning of your life's adventure and at the end when you've integrated all the wisdom you've accumulated along the journey. He will never let you down or lie to you. He will, however, teach you how to revel in both the beauty and desperation of life. Both and this and that will always be true. Remember, the pearl can't be created without the gritty sand causing discomfort and acting as a catalyst in the oyster. Your pearl is discovered in radical acceptance that everything has value. All is well now and will be well. Remember that today as you feel the fool's embrace. Know that everything's going to be okay. It'll be well. It'll turn out just fine, but I feel like it'll be better than just fine. Like the card says. So, transmute it all. Make it work for you, honey, not against you. Let's see. Alright. Spirit, can I have one card, please? Welcome back, Bob. One card for Onyx Stone, please. Spirit, one card for Onyx Stone, please. Thank you. Ooh, that's a pretty crystal. Eucalyptus. If I said that right, I hope I did. I mean, I can't make this up. This is all about your own wisdom. Let me see. Alright, beautiful. Onyx Stone. This is what this card says. This is the Euclid. This is from my Spirit Crystals Oracle. And it says, when you are distracted by all the noise and stimulation that are part of our lives now, it can be hard to trust that you have what it takes to make wise choices. The appearance of the Euclid spirit is a sign that valuable insights can be found through tapping into your intuitive intelligence. When it comes to knowing the truth, there is no substitute for lived experience that has been recalled and examined through a process of alchemy. Your experiences have generated wisdom that can guide you when you feel lost or confused. You know more than you think. Trust your inner wisdom, for it is guided by the conscious universe. You are learning that fear can distort your intuitive intelligence. So release any worry and tune in within. You have a vast library of knowledge available to you and wise and loving guidance that will help you. So here it is confirming, like with these cards, the wisdom, the Hierophant, and here's the moon. You know, trusting your intuition, trusting what you don't know, what's being hidden in the unknown will come to light. And you'll be getting those psychic downgrades or uploads, from Spirit telling you what's coming in next for you. So it doesn't seem so dark. So it doesn't seem so grim. So it doesn't seem so hopeless. So it doesn't seem like you're trapped and just moving along, you know, going through the motions instead of really taking the time to digest what all is going on in your life and really thinking it through. Not overthinking, but just acknowledging it. Just a simple acknowledgement like, yeah, I know I went through that yesterday. And yeah, it still, you know, irritates me, but I got to let it go because it's disrupting my peace today. That was yesterday. Yesterday's gone. Today is here. It's almost over. And then now it's going to be tomorrow. Do I continue taking that same thing into my present and into my future and bringing me down kind of energy? Spirit saying don't do that. That will create some other blocks too. All right. And then I want to get this other one, Onyx Stone, from your spirit guides, guardians, and goddesses, gods, and guardians. Spirit, show me, please. Spirit for Onyx Stone, please. Show me. Spirit. Messages for Onyx Stone. Please and thank you. Stand your ground. Spirit wants you to stand your ground, Onyx Stone. You got Leah here. Be firm. Be your own personal protector of your truth, of yourself, of your beliefs. Stand firm and be comfortable and confident in the choices you've made. Right or wrong, however it turns out. Stand your ground. You know, even if someone comes and tells you, you know, like, well, if you hadn't gone to the store, maybe you wouldn't have spent so much damn money. Why don't you just stay home and eat, you know, and settle for what's in this house instead of going to the grocery store and feeling like you got to have something else? You know, you act like there's no food here. And then what do? Maybe you only intend to go to the grocery store and spend maybe 20, 30 bucks. And then you come home with a couple $100 worth of groceries. And you're like, what the hell? That was $200? I didn't even buy anything. Okay, yeah, we can kick ourselves in the butt for that because we're not budgeting, you know, and spending more. But there is still a lesson to learn from it too. Maybe to get more discipline, you know, just an example. Onyx Stone. What else? Spirit for Onyx Stone. Well, that one just came out. Oh, we get another mermaid. Onyx Stone. Mermaid of Lumeria. Here's the joy. I feel like this is you from a past life. I get that kind of energy. You know, and people from that world, from Atlantis or Lemuria, you know, they had a whole bunch of psychic spiritual gifts, and I hear many of them abused them and got greedy, you know, when they used them. So I think, you know, that's what caused that world to go crumble, because they weren't using them for good. You know, they were using them to benefit themselves and instead of benefiting the universe. And because of that, you know, it turned the whole world to crap, we'll say. But spirits remind you to have joy, knowing you have this connection, knowing that you have an open dialogue with the divine and with spirit, that you have that belief in yourself, in the core of your being of who you are, and allowing that joy to resonate and to overwhelm you in it in the best ways possible. When others feel your joy, they want to join in. They don't just want to sit on the sidelines. They want to know what that joy is, what's bringing to you, and how they can incorporate that or manifest that into their life. So that's what I get from that, beautiful. And now, let me pull you a couple of angel cards. Are you still here, Onyx? Okay, Bob. Spirit. Okay, I was just making sure, beautiful. You was quiet. I was just checking on you, sweetheart. You know what's crazy, Onyx? Is once in a while when I read, I'll notice that I'll get very, very comfortable, very vulnerable. Y'all may not see it, but you know, my spirit knows it and I feel it. That I kind of like, let's see. I guess best way I can say is like I take myself off my leash and try not to stay in so much control of how close my spirit guides get to me, what they have to say. You know, not that I'm trying to control their messages. What I'm saying is me just trying to not allow them to completely take over me. And once in a great while, I've noticed that I'll let them in too much, and it's like, it's the weirdest feeling. Like, part of me will shut down, and they're there, and I'm there, but I'm not there. I don't know how to explain that, but it's them coming through and speaking to you or others, you know, whenever it happens, whoever just happened to be reading for. And then I recognized it, and then I gotta stop myself. I'm like, no, okay, you gotta step back and pull me back in more. The alcohol just makes you drowsy. You know, beautiful, I can relate to that. Andrea, I do get that, beautiful. Especially if you're already tired in that heat. Yeah, if I had any alcohol in me, I'd be out like a light. Like a light switch. Alright. Spirit. Can I get a few angel messages for Onyx Stone, please? Thank you. Show me, Spirit. Distant future. The unseen. Distant future. Even if you can't immediately see the evidence of your desires manifesting, remember that other people's free will choices are involved. So your angels want to remind you, they may not be able to tell you everything that's coming towards you right now. Why? Because what's going to happen in the future is also dependable, and it's going to vary on not just what you do, but what the other people who's supposed to be involving your story do. So it may still seem like to a point you're not in control, but then to another point you are in control on what path or what direction you take. The other one is the unseen. And it says there's a greater force at work behind the scenes, taking care of all the details. Let go of your experience, of your specific expectations. So know, again, like I was saying earlier, that there might be things hidden that you're unaware of right now with that moon card, but it'll eventually come to the light, beautiful, when it's meant to, when Spirit's desire wants it to manifest, as you've already been manifesting this. It's just that, you know, they're bringing it a little bit slowly, but sometimes there might be something that just happens where they got to get your attention and kind of speed it up a little bit. So know that what you don't know, it shouldn't be scary though to you. And I know it's scary to everyone to some degree, but again, don't allow it to hold you back from going forward. You know, allow life to be its own beautiful mystery as it unfolds in divine's timing and not our own. All right, Spirit, one more. Love yourself, Onyx Stone. This is the last message, girlfriend. Love yourself. You are always enough as you are. It's time to make your happiness a priority. Listen to what your inner self is saying. Love yourself more. It's time to put yourself at the front of the line instead of allowing everyone else to come in and change it. Be this person, beautiful. You know, be you. Allow all this beauty you possess to come out. You know, and it's not going to be seen by others until you really put the time and energy and effort in you, loving you, making you better, making you great. You know, focus on you. You know, you can't fill up other people's cups when your cup isn't overflowing. You got to make sure your cup's overflowing first. And that could be what's also scaring you too. But it's time to make your happiness, the things you want to desire, a priority. And it's time to put you first. And others, they're going to have to take a back seat. Is that being selfish? No, not necessarily. That's self-love. Okay? You know, if they really love you, they're going to want you to put yourself first, to show some extra care and time and attention to you. Because when you feel good about you, everyone else around you will feel it too. And they'll get a positive, you know, energy from you because of it. You know, they'll see you smile more. There'll be this aura about you. There'll be this essence about you that people fall in love with and they can't get enough of. Why? Because you're giving more of your time to yourself, loving yourself, being a better person today than what you were yesterday and the day before that. Why? Because you're not competing with anyone except for you. Be better today than what you were yesterday and be better tomorrow than what you are right now. That's what you do by loving you. And when you love you, that's how you teach others how to love you too, Onyx Stone. And that's powerful. And the one at the bottom, I'm going to read to you, last one. It says, live differently. Real progress calls for not just new thoughts, but new patterns and doing things differently to make the journey more fulfilling. Be different. Live differently. You know, live, you know, dancing to your own beat. Don't stop dancing to everyone else's beat. Dance to a different beat. One that you're in sync with, that makes sense to you. Even if it don't make sense to anyone else. As long as it makes sense to you and you are happy and it's not harming or hurting anyone else, then, you know, what do they have to say, or should it bother you? I wouldn't allow it to bother me. You know, I'm an individual. I'm going to do what makes me happy. Not that I don't care about others, because I greatly do, but I also got to care about me too. And I do forget to do that still to this day. There's days that I just, it's like, whatever, you know, yeah, I kind of wanted to do this, or yeah, I would have loved to go on there, or yeah, I would have loved to get this, or that. Wasn't meant to happen. Oh well. And that's how I kind of leave it. Um, I'm not going to push it. I feel like if I was meant to do whatever I was supposed to do that day, that the divine would have figured out how to get me out there to do it. So, but I try not to use that as a excuse either for not getting out of the house more and exploring life. And that's what I have for you, my beautiful lady, Onyx Throne. Honey, I hope this reading's resonated for you. I hope it's brought forward the messages you need here right now to offer you that clarity, that enlightenment, you know, to show you the pathway forward, to show you it's not, you know, what you think it is, you know, that Sometimes we can be our own worst enemies if we allow the darker side of ourselves, the um, divine masculine side, um, to overtake our natural feminine side, the loving, nurturing person. Not that there's anything wrong with the divine masculine, but you get what I'm saying. So I hope it has been a time of peace and encouragement and to lay things to rest. So you know that, you are your own best friend. You are your own best cheerleader too. If there's something you want to go out there and get, beautiful, go for it. Don't allow the universe, don't allow people around you tell you no. That you're not worthy or you can't or you won't. You keep saying you can and you will and you are. And that too will come. So thank you so much again, Onyx Stone, for trusting me to read for you tonight. It's been an honor, girlfriend. Oh, I'm happy, honey. And you're so welcome, Onyx Stone. Whew. Okay, Spirit. Okay, just gonna pull it again. How y'all beautiful people doing? Alright. Let's see. Oh, you're so welcome, beautiful. Thank you so much again for your donation and for trusting me to read for you. Sweet dreams to you, girlfriend. And have a great night. And I hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow and happy 4th of July to you. So sweet dreams to you, girlfriend. See you next time, Onyx Throne. Hi, DM. How you doing, baby? Hi, Eric. Hi, everyone who's here. Welcome, beautiful people. Let me run to the ladies' room, y'all. What time is it? It's correct, too. Okay. I gotta take something. I'll be back in a couple minutes, y'all. What are y'all talking about now? Oh, that'll be cool, Eric. I hope you have fun, baby. $93 degrees. Heck no. That's too hot for me, baby. It was like 94 here the other day. And it felt every bit of it, too. Hi, DM. How you doing, baby? Ooh. Hi, Alejandro. You here, baby? I see your donation. Thank you. Hi, Nicole. How you doing, beautiful? Hey, Diane. How you doing, my beautiful soul sister? Oh. There's Mr. Casanova. So, baby, did you go on your date yet? Of course, you never told me when your date was, but I'm curious, baby. You need a reading from me. What kind of reading do you want from me, Alejandro? Oh, I'm gravy. You know me, beautiful. If I'm here, I'm gravy. I'm so gravy, I got some biscuits and sausage somewhere, I think. Another busy day. Hey, busy's good, Diane. I'm happy you stopped in to see me, girlfriend, and say hi. It's going to be July 11th. Okay, baby. So next week. Was that next Friday? Yeah, that's next Friday, ain't it? Okay, one targeted towards your brother and mama. Okay. You know, I do have some, I do have this deck, Alejandro. I was waiting for one to show up, baby, because one of the problems I've had with, you know, like y'all know, um, with love readings, it doesn't have to always be romantic. It could be family and friends. So I was trying to find a deck that was more, not so much romantic, but it could target more of family and friends. But it hasn't showed up yet. But I do have this other oracle deck that is about trying to navigate personal relationships. Um, and I feel like maybe that will help this with you, baby. So, okay. Well, beautiful Nicole, I might be doing something. I won't be streaming. That I can assure you. I won't be here. Um, and I'm gonna feel bad because I won't be here with y'all, but um I hadn't decided yet what I'm gonna do. But if I end up on here, it's because Spirit really pushed me to get on here. But I don't see me being here 4th of July night. Okay, well, thank you, Alejandro, for trusting me, baby. So, yeah, let me find that deck, baby. But I'll pull out this tarot, too. But, yeah, I do have this specific deck for problems, how to navigate those types of problems in relationships. Let's see. It might sound like it's more contributed to romantic, but, baby, it's your relationships, period, I think. So, let me find it. Because I haven't used it yet. Except for maybe once. I think I did use it the other day with someone, but that's the only time I've used it. Okay. That's it. I want you to be buried somewhere else. Nope, that's not it either. Okay, which one is it in? Let's see. Oh, I hear you, DM. I get that, baby. Yep, it's the fourth. It's the fourth technically for me right now. No, that's not it. That's not it either. That's the candy one. Could be this one. Unless that I put it somewhere or I overlooked it. That's not it. No, that's not it. Well. Oops. How did I overlook this one? Is it this one? Maybe it is this one. Yep, there it is. And oh, that sounds nice, Diane or Nicole. That'll be nice, beautiful. I mean, at least you'll have the house to yourself. That's always nice. Because you know what? I'm going to be alone too. I'm going to have my house to myself all weekend. And I'm excited. Okay. Spirit. Let's see. What is it? What do I need to know? Congratulations. I mean, you know, I kind of feel that way. I mean, I could use some alone time, but no, he's going over to his child's house, so yes, I see that. Y'all always talking about food. What else is new, Bob? Okay, baby. Every time I'm on here, y'all talk about food. Y'all talk about food like it's going out of style. Or like y'all are going hungry. Oh, Nicole, I'm sorry you feel that way, beautiful. Yeah, having fake friends, it's not easy, beautiful. It's not easy having people who act like they like you, but they don't, whatever, you know. You know what I do, Nicole? I just give them the finger and keep looking ahead. And that sounds terrible, but I mean, it's also true. That's my attitude about it. I just see it's pointless for me to get upset over people that pretend like they like me or, are nice to my face. But the moment I turn my back, it's all this and, not that I care. And I just saw a bright purple spirit orb over here. Like, that's my protection to me. That's God. That's divine saying, no, these aren't the people meant for you, kick them to the curb, keep going, that kind of thing. So I don't literally, give them the finger, but that's my attitude about it, we'll say. So that's how you got to look at it, Nicole. You're the culprit this time, Diane. Hey, beautiful. You know what? I was talking to Moonchild earlier, before the stream. And during our conversation, obviously, food gets brought up. And I told her, I said, if I ate every single time y'all brought up food, I'd be as big as a house. She cracked up laughing. Like every time I talk to somebody, it's always about food. Food gets brought up some way, somehow. Oh, that's right, Nicole. That's like a one-sided friendship, beautiful. You don't need them. You're better than that, Nicole. You got to know that too, beautiful. I don't need one-sided friendships and relationships. They can keep moving on. I I want people who care about being in my life, who appreciate my presence, but also miss my absence, like I miss them. And if it's always me reaching out, I don't have time now. I try and be more forgiving and more compassionate over this past year because obviously I'm streaming. So I'm working at night. So I understand our schedules are probably off. They're up during the day and sleeping at night, and I'm up at night sleeping during the day. So I take that into consideration. But I try my best to sometime during the week reach out, let them know, listen, I was thinking about you. Hi. I try and do that. I don't always get around to it, but I try. And I know they're understanding. Because even my brother, see, my baby brother, he won't even call my sister, which we're pretty much estranged from. My sister is one thing. She don't like me, but I know she loves my brother, but she never calls, even to talk to him. And so he feels like, why should he make all the effort and put in the time and energy to reach out when she's not calling to reach out to us? So he just doesn't. So it's sad, but it's true, beautiful. You just got to think about it in that perspective, honey. That way it doesn't get you down. Those people aren't good for you, and that's all you got to know. Who you talking to, Bob? You waiting on who to call back? True too, Diane. Yes, Eric, I understand that too. Food, really, how strange. No, it ain't strange to y'all because y'all always bring it up. I just get, I think it's funny though. Okay. So, Nicole, know you're in the right place, beautiful. Because y'all are always hungry. You think, Eric? That's all I'm saying. It's like, do people really feed y'all? Because as much as y'all talk about food, it seems like y'all don't get fed. Y'all talk about me not eating. Like, that's funny, Bob. Yeah, just a little bit, Nicole. Y'all got to make sure I'm well fed. Oh, y'all do a good job at that. You're usually the one feeding people. Well, I mean, you see, you know, Moonhouse sent me that box trying to fatten me up. I haven't gotten Bob's box yet, but I'm sure there's stuff in there that's going to fatten me up, you know. I'm not complaining. I'm here for it. I just find it funny. I love teasing y'all because y'all are always thinking about food, and it's like that's the last thing on my mind. 99% of the time, I'm not thinking about food. I'm the exact opposite. So, unless I smell it, it's rare that, you know, you'll get a reaction out of my stomach growling at me saying you need to eat kind of deal. No. Yummy DM. I know you could probably make me some good sushi. Okay, Alejandro. Let's see. I'm just going to start out with these oracle cards and see. Kind of get a feel of what's going on. Or no, Spirit told me to use a different one. Which one, Spirit? Let's see. All right, Spirit, I got it. Yes. You know what? No. Okay, Spirit, I understand. All right, all right. All right. Spirit for Alejandro and his mom, brother. Spirit. Well, I can't use the Valentine's Day one because that's for romantic. Let's use this one. All right, Spirit, show me. All right, Spirit, show me for Alejandro. Spirit. Alright, show me. It's the present spirit. Show me present energy. Okay. What's the advice, spirit? Alright, spirit. What is? Well, Alejandro, I know, baby, it seems like things aren't going to get better right now. But I feel like Spirit wants you to know that things that have been difficult for you in recent months are coming to a close, baby. You're being pulled through this difficult situation, and I feel like it's getting ready to end here soon. So, and I'm still seeing travel. Alright, Spirit. Show me. Stop that, Spirit. Alright, Spirit. Energy. Yep. Alright. Spirit, show me. Alright. Ooh, that's wild. Yep. Can't believe that card didn't come out, but maybe it'll come out next. Oh, Spirit. Well, alright. Let's do this one here. Okay. Spirit. Clarify. They're leaning on you a little too much, Alejandro, I see. This is sad. Why? Well, baby. You know, Alejandro, it's a lot like what I said to you before, baby. You are such a good human being, Alejandro. And it's like, and it sucks because you have family who leech off you, I feel, that just really, like, they have no sense of, as much care or concern as you would expect family to have. Like, the only thing they see you good for is, providing for them. And, and that's just really crappy. Um, and that's not to say that, baby, that there's things that you, as an individual, can't work on, okay? We all have those things, but, baby, I mean, overall, I just feel like it's not going to matter what you try and do, you know, other than you growing and working on yourself. Do I feel like I give you so much credit, Alejandro, because you're willing to step up and say, listen, I don't know if I'm really doing something wrong here or not, but if I am, how do I get through this, you know, and see how, you know, things can turn out, you know, depending on what I decide to do. That's taking accountability. Most people aren't that brave, baby. So I give you nothing but love and credit for that, because most people, like I said, they'll be in denial. They'll be like, no, I didn't do that. No, I'm not that way. What are you talking about? Kind of attitude. To where you're willing to take a step back. It's like, well, you know, can I be contributing to this, making it worse when I could be doing something, make it better? And what is my role and what can I do going forward? So I give you a lot of love and respect for that. Um, it's just, man, this makes me so upset with people. It's always about, you know, the material, and even for you, Alejandro, working on yourself. I'm not saying that you may not get defensive with them if they were to kind of like point something out, maybe critique you, and that might not help, and you know, it may add, you know, gasoline to the fire, you can say. But don't be afraid to speak up for yourself either. If something needs to be said, say it. But you know, when they got a response back, don't be all defensive of it either. Try to be more willing to be compassionate and understanding with them, so you can hear them and be able to, you know, hopefully take in more of the clear picture, because I feel like that's going to bring you more clarity. Instead of being in that, in the moment, you know, trying to be like a guard dog, protecting your own territory, we'll say, and taking everyone's head off when they may, you know, point something out to you that might sting, you know, and it feels like maybe them, you know, taking stabs at you, stabbing you in the back, or not respecting you, or maybe even rejecting you. I get all that. Um, yeah, I see you are defensive. And that's really sad. That's a shame that your oldest brother's always been that way. And I don't blame you for being defensive, baby. Please don't misunderstand me. So, how do you navigate it? I'll go over all these cards, but truth of it is, walking away by making them miss you. For them to truly understand and appreciate how much, you know, they really do value you. You know, even if it's just your presence or even just you being a contributor in the household. And that's really what Spirit's showing me here. It's time to walk away. It's time to let them go. And I know it's your family, but they're not loving you in the right, proper, correct way, the healthy way. They're being very codependent here, and that's very toxic. And I feel like you are taking a lot more on by taking on, you know, the extra responsibilities, paying the bills, but also trying to help their mental and emotional needs besides their physical. Like you're, you know, doing it all, and you don't still seem like they're appreciating what it is you do contribute, and that's just really sad. So it makes it feel very lonely, and you feel isolated, alone, because you feel like nobody else is going to ever understand you. If my own family can't understand and can't see it from my point of view, how can I expect anyone else to? You know, and they may see it differently, and that's always possible too, but someone with some experience will understand it the way I do. At least I think. It doesn't mean it's going to destroy the relationship, but excuse me, it just may not grow or deepen as much because that might not be something that's important to them. It might be more important to you than to them. Um, you know, I feel like either your mom or your brother, if not both of them, can be very act out in almost like they have some kind of mental disorder. Um, and I hate using those terms because I'm not a doctor, but it's the best way I can say it without naming any particular disorders or whatever. Excuse me, I'm sorry. So, let's see what else is going on here. Because, like, I see you in this high priestess energy, baby, in the present, in the recent past. You know, trusting yourself, being that, you know, great light worker that you are, doing what you do, taking care of others, including your mom, your brother, but not forgetting about yourself. And then it's like, I feel like when you don't jump through hoops to take care of your mom and your brother or do what they ask or expect of you, they get very, forgive me, you get defensive because they nitpick at you. And again, like I said, it's not like they're going through and appreciating what you contribute. They're looking at what you haven't done instead of what you've done. And that's not healthy. So, oh, I'm sorry. So in this high priestess energy, baby, this is you, I feel. And this is you taking that time out, being that light worker, loving, nurturing, being caring to everyone. And as much as you want to love and nurture your brother and your mom, I feel like you don't have enough of it to give. And it does not help because of, you know, the other issues here that are at play. So I feel like you feel like you're a little stuck right now on, you know, how to live um, inside the home with them to where y'all can be civilized to each other without it causing conflict all the time. But again, it's going to be you. It means you're going to have to not be so rigid, so on guard, because you mentioned defensive and I said defensive. And the card from my oracle deck, it says accept feedback without getting defensive. It says many don't like being told what they've done wrong, but before getting defensive, give the suggestion some thought and look at the bigger picture. So, Spirit wants you to accept feedback from others without being so much in defensive or attack mode. And do they deserve that kindness? Baby, I don't know. Apparently, your landlord feels that way. I just feel, baby, that you're not going to be happy here until you get out of there. But with this card, it's like, here's the Ace of Swords, which is all about clarity. The opportunity for clarity to clear out the confusion. And, you know, them acting out and showing you who they are by what they say, but also what they do. Because I feel like it's not just the big things that they kind of maybe go off the deep end over. I feel like it's small things too. And that makes it even harder. Yes, DM, that's true. So in the present energy, Alejandro, I have the Chariot here, baby. And this is all about things moving forward. You know, you being confident in yourself, having your own willpower to get through any obstacles or challenges that's coming at you or that you're going to have to ride through. You know, it's persevering to me. and, from the present into the future, not allowing things to stop you or get you down. And even though things might be feeling like they're stretched, or maybe you feel like you're being stretched thin because of having to work extra hours to help take care of your mom and and your brother, um, I feel like this is, spirit saying you also need to be honest with yourself as far as what they see, how they see your relationship with them. Because I see for love or money. This is what came out. It says, for love or money, be honest with yourself and identify how money is affecting your love life. Get a clear picture of your attitude toward money and break down the real issue. So there's an issue of money, which you've mentioned in the past that's been the issue a lot of times. So do they really love and care about you? I don't know if they do or don't. I would think they do, but I don't feel it seems like they're still too selfish if they're still looking to you to kind of take the reins and pay for everything and make sure everyone's okay and fed and clothed and so forth. So it feels more transactional, Alejandro, than it does on a deeper level where you should have that deep connection with your family, especially your blood family. Knowing you've been in their lives or they've been in your lives since birth. Like, how come people don't have a stronger connection? I don't know, but I feel like that's been part of the issue. Yeah, that does happen, Alejandro. You're right, baby. And they do add up. The little things add up to big things. But people forget that, which is sad. But Spirit's showing me, baby, you got many options still. Just don't get lost in your illusions, baby. That you may feel like, though they may treat you well sometimes, um, that they still are all about the money instead of the love. So with the Seven of Cups here, that's presents, options, but this can also be your illusions too. Not wanting to face the fact of all this, that maybe it's all about the money and nothing else. Like, what would they do if you were to die tomorrow, kind of thing? Would they be devastated? I would hope so, but I don't know. I don't live there. I don't know them. I only know you. But if it was me, I would be devastated. So they feel like their heart has been hardened. Is what I just picked up. So I don't know what's happened, but I feel like they're very, very guarded with their heart, even with the closest family members they've grown up with, or like, people like you. When it comes to your mom, you being one of her kids, maybe she don't feel like she did it all. She took care of y'all. She provided, and maybe she has this feeling like, okay, well now I've done all this for you. Now it's time for you to do for me, kind of attitude. And that's not how it's supposed to work. Kids aren't supposed to be born with a job. But that's how a lot of parents, may see it. It's not a job. It's letting them know that they can't live rent free here, especially when they're above age. Yeah, I get that too. Um, excuse me. Sorry. Because in the center of this, Alejandro, here's the Ten of Swords, baby. The Ten of Swords is about betrayal. It's also a card about things coming to an end. You going through hell and back through the backwoods and um, trying to get out of this difficult situation or position you have yourself in. Um, I feel like Spirit wants you to know that even though things may not be as perfect or going in the right direction right now, especially when it comes to the relationship with your mom, your brother, or anyone else, it's not going to last forever, baby. The sun will shine again once this storm passes. And, the only sad part I say about this is with this Ten of Swords, it's like maybe it doesn't pass because your mom or your brother may not be able to let their grudges or resentment go for whatever reason. It's a lot of that, Alejandro, I get is envy. They envy you. They envy your success. They envy what you're building. They envy that you have the guts to go out there and try something new to help, pursue your life path and where you're meant to be, even in a different country. A lot of people won't do that, baby. So I give you props for that. Um, but because these Ten of Swords are here, knowing that you're probably getting stabbed in the back as we speak, possibly by them. I'm not saying that's what's happened, but sometimes when I read it that way, that's how it comes across to me. Um, this is you. Oh, excuse me. This is you checking into your foundation with them. Is it still solid or has it fractured? Is the question. Um, and only you can answer that, Alejandro. But the card here says you may not have built a solid foundation from the very beginning. It may be on shaky ground. It's okay, you can start now by building or reinforcing that bedroom. So there's oh sorry, excuse me. There's a need to work on your foundation with them. Um, instead of, saying, oh, well, mom, I'll bring home dinner when I go to work. Um, this, weekend, we'll say. Um, and then you don't stop and get her dinner. And then she explodes like, well, son, what happened? You were supposed to bring me dinner. Now you didn't. And I get that feeling. Um, it's that selfishness. Um, there's a lack of trust here. There's a lack of awareness of just not caring enough, I guess, about your own feelings in this. I feel like they feel very self-righteous. I feel like they don't take your feelings into consideration. Um, not that they don't care, but it's just the way they are. But I feel like if you can kind of just reinforce it with them and just remind them, like, I still love you. No, we may not get along all the time. No, we may not see eye to eye all the time. And no, I may not always be able to be here for you. And no, maybe I don't get to buy you, dinner here or take care of this bill here or this bill there, but I'm still here. I still love you. I still care about you. Can we kind of like work on this, family unit? We're supposed to be a family here. And, not get in each other's way. Um, and be more encouraging, being nice to one another. It doesn't take nothing to be nice to someone. Do I get sometimes that can be very hard when someone's mistreated you, who doesn't deserve your kindness? Yeah, I get that. And it's hard to get that out of your, essence, um, especially if you're carrying it around and it builds and then it builds some more and then it builds some more until it explodes. Don't allow it to get to that point, Alejandro. But these cracks in the foundation, I think it's going to cause more damage if these things constantly go ignored or unnoticed. So you may have a fear of being able to talk to them because you're a fear of what else they'll do, or not that they're going to hurt you, baby, but I just feel like they would try and guilt trip you into not going somewhere, or maybe even like going out on this date next Friday. You know, like I could see some crazy nonsense of you make plans for this date and you let them know, well, I won't be here tonight. I'm going on a date, and they suddenly realize they ain't got no food in the house. Oh, Alejandro will bring us home dinner, and then they find out, well, I'm not gonna be here for dinner. I got a date, and then it's like it gets exploded out of control because they get upset and get angry. Well, how dare you go out there and take out someone else instead of focusing and worrying about your family first. That kind of feel is what I pick up. So again, I feel like you need to pull yourself out of this house. I feel like it's draining you, Alejandro. I don't feel like you're getting any benefit from it. Um, Other than maybe saving on some money, maybe. I don't know your finances, baby, but that's the only thing I could think of. Or just not ready to do it all on your own just yet. Yeah, there's that too. The willful ignorance. Because there's the hangman. And the hangman's all about changing perspective, having a different point of view, trying to see things from the other person's um point of view, but also from science's point of view, if you want to say that, universe. Um, so I feel like this is you getting stuck in this cycle of unable to move, to break yourself free from the same cycles of this relationship that, has been going on forever because it's your family, unless you plan on just cutting them completely off. They're always going to be there. So you have to figure out how to talk to them and get along with them, even if it's only for a short while. But you got to do more, Alejandro. Um, no matter how shaky it is. Um, I put some boundaries down, Alejandro. I would sit them down and say, no, this is my boundaries, You need me here to help pay these expenses. Okay, well, I'm here. But be courteous and respectful of my time and what I'm doing. If I'm being responsible for most of the bills and making sure y'all are okay and y'all are fed and so forth. So look at it from all angles, Alejandro, before you sign up for this. I feel like I feel a panic, Alejandro. Does that make sense to you, baby? I feel a panic in someone. I feel like something's been hidden. What is this, spirit? Okay, you understand. Yeah, baby, I feel like something's been hidden. And because there's still secrets here, things that you don't know, um, there's always gonna be these cracks in your foundation with your brother and your mama. So it's hard to heal them when you don't have the whole truth. Or you've been, left in the dark, not knowing exactly what's taking place when you're not around. So spirit wants you to not give this any more time and attention, baby. They're still telling me focus on yourself. Because the advice right here, baby, is Four Cups. And Four Cups is all about not having a care in the world about it, really. It's about not having an interest in it. It's about ignoring it. Whatever people offer you, you turn your nose. You don't want it. Even if it sounds like a great deal or something good that would be worthwhile, you still don't jump at it. And that's you right now. You're not wanting to do any more than what you've been doing. I feel like you're more in the energy of, okay, I may only have a few months left here before I move. And you're just trying to make the most of the time that you have before you do relocate. If you're still planning on relocating, which I feel like you are. And I feel like if they ever wanted to pour into your cup, that's different. Then okay. Give them, a chance, give them a break, but I don't feel like that's what they want. At least not the same type of closeness as you want, Alejandro. Hold on. Because I know you want that emotional, mental, spiritual, and physical connection. Um, and that's partly what's lacking here. And like I said, Alejandro, this is for, troubled relationships, but it seems to be more geared towards romantic. So I'm not saying that your mom and your brother want to have sex with you, okay? But this card came out and says, sex them up and make it hot. And it says, everyone has different opinions about sex. How you choose to express that is up to you. But keep in mind that building intimacy is not just having intercourse. This is about your mental, emotional, and spiritual intimacy. Even if this is just a little bit of physical affection, just giving your mom and your brother a hug. That's what this is about. And I feel like either they're not interested in trying to build this, or you're not interested. And that's where y'all have to really sit back and decide without overthinking things. Because I have the Nine of Swords here. And this is about really overthinking this whole process now. Are you getting a little more anxious? Like Alejandro, when you go home, baby, do you ever feel like, oh man, it feels so good to be home. I'm glad to be home. Kind of energy. Or do you have that feeling like, man, if only I could have my own place and I wouldn't have to deal with this no more, I would feel so much better. I would enjoy looking forward to walking through that door. And you dread it at times. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I can tell, baby. I can tell it's very draining. Especially when you feel like you're being seen and heard. Or like they don't appreciate you. And I don't get that. I don't get that, baby, at all. Why? But some people, I guess, they weren't raised to have that type of relationship with their parents. Friends, I don't know. To talk things out, to, have those deep discussions, we'll say, or just hug, your mother, your father, your brother, tell them you love them. Like, that's how I was raised, so I don't get it when you tell me, like, what you told me earlier. You've been thinking about moving out? Yeah, well, I was wondering, because what's crazy is Alejandro is the last card I have is Six of Swords, and that's all about coming out of troubled waters and coming into calm waters. I have Six of Swords right here. And that's what this card is. I feel as though it would be the smart move. Well, I think it would be smart, baby. Even if that's just to move into someone's house that maybe you're just renting a bedroom from them. Just somewhere to sleep, lay your head, and, get things together for your trip. Oh no, sorry. But I do see this possibility. I'll pull more cards, baby. Just give me a minute about that. Like I said, baby, what's the possible outcome? They're not going to miss you until you're gone, unfortunately. Because I got this card right here. It says, be willing to lose them to get them. And it says, if you want them, you have to be willing to lose them. Don't put them on a pedestal they haven't earned. Keep your boundaries strong without bending. Well, how do I put this? Sometimes the only way we can teach people how to be with, how to treat us is by giving them our absence. Let them appreciate your absence instead of your presence. And in due time, they'll come back around and be like, oh, son, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that, you know. Can you forgive me? And so forth. I'm not saying she might not genuinely mean it, but I'm not feeling that right now. And I feel there is a lot more deflecting going on. But I feel like sometimes you even push their buttons. And that could just be where some of the arguments come if they nitpick at you. So maybe it's time to, you know, resist trying to give in to all that drama when they act out, when they say stupid stuff, when they do stupid stuff. Otherwise, you might bring in this tower, baby. And I don't feel like that's the tower you want. It doesn't necessarily have to mean bad, baby, but it does mean change. Change for the better. I feel like it is. But it's a matter of your perspective. I just know this Six of Swords looks really good. And so does this Four of Cups. And here you are, trying to fill up their cup when yours is going empty, baby. But this Six of Swords is supposed to be your savior. You're supposed to run off in the sunset. And it means that you gotta leave them behind. Even for a little while. Just to go on some type of vacation, get away from it all. If you're thinking about traveling, I can see that with this Six of Swords. I can see... Oh, Sunset Beach. What? I could have sworn I've heard of that, but that doesn't sound like California. Is there a name out there, Alejandro, called Sunset Beach? Alright, Bob. I'm just wondering. Okay. I don't know why It could be, baby. I don't know, it just came to mind. There's something about it. I mean, it's in your possible future outcome. So it's something that maybe you're not aware of yet. Maybe it's still one of those surprises, which will be nice. It's near Huntington. Well, Huntington, Orange County. Spirit, what is this here? I want to know. Let's see. Why is this here? Doggone it. You're juggling. 8 of Wands, but there's still positive movement forward. Even though you're still juggling, trying to balance the scales between your home life and personal. There's more opportunities coming towards you. 3 of Cups at the bottom. Celebration. Okay. Something about celebrating life. Maybe. Well, my body's dragging on me now. It's called the same thing, DM. I didn't know that. I haven't been to Huntington Beach in forever, so... But then again, I haven't been to California in forever. So, 8 of Wands. Spirit. What about this 8 of Wands? 2 of Pentacles and 8 of Wands. Spirit, show me. Thank you. Yeah, there's a sense of entitlement, Alejandro. I don't know what it is, but your family has this sense of entitlement to you, baby. To your wealth right here. See abundance and entitlement. And that's where you're juggling, trying to keep everyone happy. And like I said, you're either going to be possibly traveling, or someone could be traveling to you. I know you said that you're going to Jamaica later, what, you said August? So, I mean, that's really next month. If you're still seriously considering that. I feel like there are all these messages, all this energy going back and forth, this 8 of Wands. I feel as though those messages, most of them be good. I feel like this will be from the people you have been in contact with that you're serious about dating. I get the feeling though, Alejandro, if you get involved with one of them right now and it turns serious, I don't see it lasting. Why? Why, Spirit? No? Oh, okay. Because I think your mama will scare him away. That's what I just picked up. So, 8 of Wands. Where is it? I swear if my head wasn't connected, I'd lose that too. Are you laughing at me, Alejandro? What you laughing at, Alejandro? Seven of Wands. Spirit. For the mystery spirit. Ace of Wands and Page of Cups. Well, there's opportunity for new love, baby. Oh, okay. I gotcha. So you've already dealt with that in the past. I can see that. And that's the other reason why you need to move to Jamaica, huh? I bet it does. It would make me angry too, baby. All because of jealousy. Not good. It's never good. And hey, Sergeant Curtis. I want to see where's... Oh, I'll do it from this one because it's right here. It gets me angry. At least you didn't say hangry, like some people do. She befriends them, but low-key envies them. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's not supposed to be that way. It's a shame. There. Can I get one card, please? Round and round. Round and round we go. Alright, baby. Alright, baby. Alright, Alejandro. I pulled the card Round and Round from one of my Oracle decks. And it says, this is a reminder that although it may appear that you've gone backward, the truth is that you are standing at a higher level. Looking down into your circumstances, you will learn something, or you will learn something do something better and break a cycle set up in the past. You actually have a bird's eye view of your initial footprints and can access the wisdom and lessons learned. And the relationship message here is, are you wondering, how did I get here again? Does something feel familiar right now in your dynamics with others? Maybe a little too familiar? Don't be surprised that you found yourself repeating an old story with the same sort of person who may not look similar but who attracted you because of your easy acquaintance with their qualities. Your relationship is a mix of what is good and what is potentially what is potentially challenging. You have been drawn to this person through you have been drawn where'd it go? You have been drawn to this person through the perfection of Spirit's plan for your evolution. You may have circled back to an accustomed spot, a familiar place, but that's fine as you get to do things. Again, only different. This time for you, learn something of great value since the last time around. How will you choose to behave now that you're aware? Remain curious and stay out of the blame game. So this is all about you getting out of that vicious cycle, Alejandro. And again, it's so hard, baby, because I know you're living with your mom and your brother. And you can't just kick them out. Or I guess you could, but I feel like they wouldn't be out for long. But I don't feel like there's really much growth here. Like, what else does your mom ask of you, Alejandro? Because I get the feeling she asks a whole lot from you. And I know that's your mama. She's supposed to be able to do that, but not all the time. And not when it's a hazard to your health either. Or when you are falling behind on something. Or not able to get things done. Or enjoy life as they are. Yeah, emotional blackmail. Hi, Majestic. Yeah, it is, honey. I'm trying to finish this reading. Yeah, Buttercup, just a little bit, girlfriend. I know I'm keep pushing it out of me. Oh, alright. Alejandro, let me pull you a couple angel cards real quick, baby. Oh, thank you, Buttercup. I appreciate you, honey. Yeah, I can tell I only had a day off. That's okay. I wanted to be here with y'all, so let's see. Move this. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's been a long night, but I had a couple of readings. I think it's just because I didn't get enough sleep today, like I needed. Just from waking up for whatever freaking reason. And not being, you know, being stubborn, not going back to sleep when I should have. Yep. We're all running on low energy, I think. And of course, alright, Spirit. I mean, it's almost 4 o'clock. I didn't realize it was that late. Okay, Spirit, can I get a couple angel messages for Alejandro, please? Thank you. You took a nap after you woke up. I did too, but it wasn't long enough, apparently. It amazes me I woke up because I woke up at 6 o'clock. So, and I didn't set my alarm again, which I didn't know. I thought I had it set. Alright, Spirit. What angel messages do you have for Alejandro? Please. And thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, DM. Alright, Spirit. Can I get a couple messages, please? Show me, Spirit. Well, thanks, Spirit. You can't give me half the freaking deck. Nice try, though. Spirit, show me. Please. Thank you. Ooh, Dance with Fire. Alejandro. Alejandro. Alright, Alejandro. Here's the last couple messages for you, baby. The first one is Dance with Fire. And it says, do more of what makes you happy. And feel the power that comes from focusing on what excites you and lights your soul on fire. So dance with fire. Dance with intention. Dance with passion. Whatever this dance is for you, whatever it's supposed to represent. Be passionate. Allow that fire to light your life in all the wonderful ways without allowing other people to take advantage or try and break you down, make you feel bad. Do you just want the people who want to see you dance, you know, fire dance? That'd be cool to see. So, if you like that, Dance with Fire, Alejandro, I'd be game to watch it. I'm kidding, baby. I would, but I'm just saying. Whatever this dance is for you, know it's meant to make you happy and fulfill you, not for everyone else. Okay? That includes your mom and your brother. So put more of your time and attention to the things that matter to you besides them. Um, Again, I would probably, look, I think I would put together like a to-do list, Alejandro. And I kind of go through and it's like, okay, Spirit, what have I not done in a while? What have I not done that would make me happy or fulfill me? And go make that like a bucket list, but it's not a bucket list, but you can look at it that way. Focus on yourself first. Stop trying to sacrifice for others. You gotta be happy too. And the other one is power animal. Connect with your pet or spirit animal on a deeper level so they can nourish your soul and uplift your spirits. So who's your spirit animal? Spirit wants you to connect with them, baby. Allow them to be that uplifting nudge and encouragement you need to continue on and be successful. You could even think of like a pet you had when you were younger. Is there a trait in them that you can think of that you draw to? They will help guide you whenever you feel lost, whenever you're suddenly at a crossroads and you're not sure which way to go. They will help guide you just as much as us humans do, so do they. And we're better for it too, for having them, I gotta say. Alright, baby. Well, that's what I have for you, Alejandro, for your reading, baby. I hope those messages resonated. I hope it provided some clarity and context to what's going on and what to do next and how to make it through this difficult challenge right now to get to the other side, baby. And I hope it's been encouraging, and I hope it helped to uplift you and know that you're not alone, baby. You're never alone, even when you feel like you are and you know you're not. But I know where you're currently at right now, you feel that way. But you're not. You got my number, baby, so if you need to talk, I'm here. But I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for the donation. And thank you so very much for trusting me to read for you again. It's been an honor, baby. Okay. No, y'all welcome. Thank you. I'll let him know later. What's up now? Well, beautiful people, it's 4 o'clock. Is it time for me to go now? I know Majestic's saying yes. I know. I know you're right, beautiful. It is. That's what I get for working myself to death. I get. No, thank you, DM. I appreciate you, baby. I appreciate your love and encouragement and all you do for me, baby. Yeah. Oh, my beautiful people. Happy 4th of July to y'all. Again, to all those who live in the U.S. or from the U.S. but might be living in a different country right now. Happy 4th to all y'all. I hope y'all have a wonderful 4th today. And I hope y'all, do something fun. But don't get too wild and crazy, right? Because y'all don't want, me to come down to the jail and kick y'all's behind, right? I'm teasing y'all. Yeah, I know. So I wanted to say thank you, y'all. But happy 4th of July. Um, no, it sounds good, damn. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming Sunday or not. I haven't decided yet, y'all. But if not Sunday, I'll be back Monday. So thank you, Bob. You too, baby. That sounds good. Majestic. So blessings, beautiful people around the world, wherever y'all are at in the world. I'm sending y'all many blessings, love, and light. I hope y'all have a wonderful day, evening, morning, depending on what part of the world you're on. Take care of yourself. And I look forward to seeing y'all when I come back after my couple of days off. Till then, beautiful people, take care.